And that's why Wuthering Waves deserve to win Player's Choice at the Game Awards.
Oh, you beat me to it, you asshole.
So close. So close.
To watch those jokes.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Storytime Network as Paradox Our podcast. We are here to talk about video games of 2025, including some games that did not come out in 2025.
2025 is more of an abstract concept, really.
Mm-hmm.
What are games if not abstract
Every year
concepts?
since 2019 is kind of like an abstract concept, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
The world didn't the world end?
Multiple
Back in
times.
2012.
I remember being in a class with my friends watching Hot Fuzz in 2012 when that happened.
Oh my god.
That's such a good movie, but that is neither here nor there.
Yes, we should get started with the first game on our list in alphabetical order, of course, with The Alters.
Yes, The Alters. Fun game. That's all. No, The Alters was pretty much, I think, my first big surprise of the year. It came out and I didn't really know about it, and then I read reviews, and all the reviews were good, and I had some time, so I was like, okay, let's give it a shot. And it's by the studio that made Frostpunk, which might be a little bit more...
I remember hearing about this, yes.
Yeah, and it is also very much a resource management game, but it's entirely different to Frostpunk. Like, it's a very, very sci-fi, high-concept thing, because you only play one person, but basically you are trapped on an alien planet in your little mobile space station thing with a bunch of clones of yourself, all suited to different tasks. Like, basically you can clone yourself, but not a one-to-one clone. You pick a point in your life where you made a choice and that branches, and basically your clone is what if you had made the other choice. And that just makes for a very, very fun interactions, because you get this multifaceted view of this one person.
And this is a FMV game?
No, it's how best to describe it? It's kind of like a resource management survival thing.
Okay.
I'm looking at it and it reminds me of Tiny Towers.
We're probably seeing like the base, like that's the mobile base. You have like this big wheel with the containers in it. And you can actually leave that base and walk on the planet, and like you do tasks and farm resources and stuff. And there's basically 3 locations you move through. And after the third location, the game is over. Like, there's no endless survival mode. There's a very clear linear story. And when you reach the end, you've reached the end. I've played through the whole thing twice and got most of the clones. I still don't have all of them. I'll probably replay it again at some point. It's really good. It's really fun. And it's just very interesting because the way it is set up makes for very interesting character writing. And the honestly pretty good survival gameplay is really just kind of the vehicle through which you experience the good character writing. And in a way, I think me saying this will be like a setup for many, many games, at least I talk about this year, because I had a lot of games this year where like it's this type of game, but it's actually about this other thing. And The Alters is definitely one of those. So I would definitely recommend it. It is one of my favorite things I've played this year, and was also the first big surprise I had in a year full of very, very good games.
Let's move on to the next game then with Avowed.
Yeah, so I was the one who played this one. Avowed, how best to describe it? What if Oblivion decided it was going to go all in on the Fallout New Vegas, to the detriment of everything else?
Okay.
It is a solid 7 or 8 out of 10 game. It is cheesy, it's corny, it's like high-ish fantasy, but like set in the world of the Pillars of Eternity games. there is like got a lot of interesting lore. Characters are fun. One of them is a very horny midget elf. It's great. She's great. I love her to death. She's played by, oh god, what's her name? Vivienne. Yeah, she's played Vivienne. Being the most open, like, it's great. That said, it's not a great game, and I think this is a thing with the
Obsidian game, isn't
I
it?
was gonna say it sounds like the Obsidian classic is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
like
They
5
had
to
this really
7
good
out of
idea,
10
and they made like
experiences.
7% of it.
Yeah, the Obsidian. It's the Obsidian genre at this point. Like, it's a good game, not a great one, but it's like their open world style, and like, because like in another world, I could see this being a great game. It just isn't that, and
I mean, I'm also gonna say, since you compared it to like Oblivion, if it's an Elder Scrolls type game, it's like 5 years too late for that.
yeah, like it's.
Would you say that Obsidian is almost trying to recapture New Vegas in terms of?
I think they are being. So Obsidian is owned by Xbox. I think, and this is just my read on things, there's a bit of a push to do the open world thing because Xbox also owns Bethesda. And there's a lot of crosstalk. I think they're like, oh, they know how to write. Why not let them make a good story? And I will say, Avowed has an interesting story. I like it a lot. Gameplay, Jesus Christ, could be better.
I mean, as someone who played the Outer Worlds,
yes, I also played that one.
which was one of the stories of all time. Is it better than the Outer Worlds story?
I like it. It's very much the Pillars of Eternity story of like jackass gods or jackass gods. And it does that well, I think. You're like the godless to an unnamed god, trying to figure out what the fuck is happening. It's great. It just needed like to come out 5 years ago, or needed 5 more years. In much the same way that the Other Worlds 2 needed to come out 5 years ago, or needed 5 more years. And that's kind of the story there. Like,
Yeah, I mean, that's generally kind of the story with Obsidian. Like, even way back when they made Neverwinter Nights 2.
I mean, even KOTOR 2.
Yeah, same. Like, that's always their thing. They get this thing someone else made and iterate on it, and sometimes it's really, really good, but flawed, and sometimes it's just okay.
Honestly, I just want them to go back to making CRPGs, because I need Tyranny 2.
Well, it's fine, because next year we'll do like a group stream of Divinity.
Oh, don't tease me.
I'd be
Don't tease me with a
genuinely
good
down.
time.
I mean, I'd be down for that if anyone else would be like whenever.
Which
But
Divinity?
yeah,
The new one that they revealed.
the Larian game.
You think that will be out next year?
They've said
They said-
next year.
I don't think it'll be out next year. I think it'll be early access next year, but it will be out in some form.
I mean, I don't really fuck with CRPGs, so I'm not following it that closely.
That's surprising to me, but
I can't. I don't know why. I just can't. I tried Tyranny. I tried.
No,
Baldur's Gate, I tried Neverwinter Nights. I just can't.
I mean,
based
for
on
what
our
it's,
discussions,
I mean,
feel
for
like
what
you
it's,
would be the one.
I mean, for what it's worth, I think, in my opinion, the problem with CRPGs in general is that, like, how would I describe it? There are only a set amount of outcomes to the events of the games.
Yeah, but it's not even about the writing. Like, I don't know what
Yeah.
it is. Like, when I have that CRPG isometric perspective and point-to-click thing, I just can't. I get like physical reactions. I can't play these
100%.
games. I don't know why.
Like, I will say, like, if you were a fan of Pillars of Eternity, and I know the three of you who are out there, I know who you are. You'll like this game. But for the rest of y'all, like, you can play it or not, it wouldn't matter. But if you are a Pillars fan, this is a good one. But yeah.
All right. Let's move on then to, well, it's not our next game, it's our next 3 games, because we move on to Batman the Arkham series.
How'd you like the car game that also happened to be a Batman game?
Specifically Asylum, City, and Night, because I have not played Origins yet, because
I did play Origins, or rather replayed it this year, so we can still talk about it.
Fair enough. I got tired of Batman by the end of Night.
In fairness, you were blazing through the entire trilogy in basically one go.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
You played and like the car game, the Batman car game is just a weird one.
Yeah.
Like I like the Red Hood series. I like the Red Hood story. Why didn't he a car game?
Why didn't he call the Justice League? Is he stupid?
I don't think the Justice League can exist in the logic of the Arkham games.
It does not. Correct.
It can.
I'd love the idea that like Superman would be seeing the shit of Poison Ivy in Asylum and be like, you know what,
Like,
I'm not. And then like they like see the shit of Scarecrow in another game. It's like, you know what, Bats has this covered. I'd rather deal with like Captain Boomerang. He's more my speed.
I mean, here's the thing though.
No, I think
like specifically, Arkham Batman is stupid enough to not call the Justice League. Like he refuses help at every turn.
This version of him, he doesn't at every turn, but yeah, he is very resistant to being helped.
Well, you know this. There's a no metas rule in Gotham.
He literally locks Tim away and then tells him his girlfriend is dead.
That's great. No, I think there's even an Easter egg, like on his answering machine in his office with a call from Clark Kent, I believe, but I might be wrong.
No, it's like
it might be from a Lego game.
I genuinely think in the games, like the other Justice League, they don't fuck with Gotham if they can help it.
I mean, that's generally the rule, even in the comics. Like this, the whole argument of why doesn't X just call Y is obviously because it's not their comic book series.
It's not Batman, but I saw a meme earlier this week of like people joking that if any Avenger had to fight any of Spider-Man's rogues gallery, they'd be fucked. Like,
no, 100%.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Like Poison Ivy could really fuck things up with Superman if she managed to get control of him. But anyway, no. I think the Arkham games are super interesting because the first 2 are kind of the perfect example of an idea and the conclusion of that idea. Like we made Arkham Asylum and it worked, and then we just blew that up to a city because Batman belongs in a city, not on an island. And that worked perfectly. And then for the 3rd game, they thought, okay, we need to escalate again. How do we escalate? We can make the map bigger, but that's not really different. That's just more. So they put in.
What are you playing there? I'm playing Need for Speed.
Exactly.
I have an idea.
They put in the car, and they had the idea, and you can feel that when you play it. They had the idea of like, well, with Batman, you have this gameplay loop of you go somewhere, you stealth, and when you can't stealth anymore, you fight. And you do the same thing with the car, but that doesn't work because the car is a fucking tank. It's just kind of stupid.
The car.
You know what?
Here's the thing. I don't even mind the Batmobile being included. It's just how fucking prevalent it is.
No.
It's just everywhere. It's literally
the Riddler
got
game. The Riddler's new special interest was cars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So low key, and again, this isn't Batman. I would love an Incredibles game.
There was an Incredibles game.
No, I mean that plays like Arkham.
Okay. Like, honestly, like I talked about this when we were when Mill was playing the games on stream. a lot of games take direct inspiration from the Arkham series combat system. You see it most in like Spider-Man, but like these games are like really influential, both in terms of like Batman adaptations and in terms of like
they are also like all the ones who take the inspiration do it wrong. It's only good in the Arkham games, because in the Arkham games the combat is basically a rhythm game.
Right.
It's like when you're in the flow and when you know when to push the button, then that feels really, really good. And I once read, like that might be, like that was forever ago, that was when City had just come out, that the first pitch for Arkham Asylum was in fact a rhythm game.
That is hilarious.
And that's why the combat feels the way it does.
Yeah.
And it works really, really well. And nobody clones that part. They all just clone the press X to dodge part.
I think the Spider-Man PlayStation games
They
are
come
the
the
ones that do it
closest.
best. Yeah.
Yes. The Lord of the Rings Shadow of Mordor thing was also pretty good. But yeah, no one does
That
it.
had the Nemesis system.
That also was also one of Ruther's games, so they probably literally just called up Rocksteady and said, give us that. No, but I think the thing with Arkham Knight is really that they thought to introduce the Batmobile, and then someone, I don't know, it was the devs who just got lost in having this new toy, or if it was marketing or someone else, they just said, okay, and now everything needs the Batmobile. Like, you can't solve anything without the fucking car.
Right.
Also, like, across these 3 games, like, they are 3 games made by the same people. Why the fuck can they not get their Batman model straight?
Right?
Why does its face look like that in the 3rd game?
Well, I mean,
I did-
he's so upset about Jason.
I didn't actually notice it because we were just using so many different alternate costumes throughout the game.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
No, but in the 3rd game, like, they tried to give him this eternal skull, but it just looks stupid because everything is shiny in that game. It's so weird. I mean, the thing... I hate to harp on Arkham Knight because overall I really enjoyed that game when it came out. But,
Hey,
like,
also
they
say-
made so many mistakes, and the first one was marketing it because there was like, we have this new character who's a rival of Batman's, and everyone's like, oh, it's Jason Todd.
Yeah. Like, come on, guys. You
And Rocksteady was like, no, it's definitely not Jason Todd. It's a fictional character. It's absolutely not Jason Todd. Never when he knew Batman was like, but it's Jason Todd. And they kept
I remember when we...
no, it's definitely, absolutely not Jason Todd. And then the game came out, and everyone was like, okay, I guess it's not Jason Todd. And then you play the game, and just randomly Batman is like, hey, remember Jason? And everyone's like, okay, it's fucking Jason Todd. Because, what the fuck, guys? And the thing is,
I remember...
if they had just said, yes, it's absolutely Jason Todd, and this is a story of how he uses his knowledge of Bruce against him, everyone would have lost their fucking shit and been hyped.
Yeah,
It's
Yeah,
so weird that you
everyone
didn't do that.
loves Red Hood. Like,
Yes.
I don't know what to tell you.
It's the
I
thing.
remember when we were playing the game, like when we got to the Arkham Knight's introduction, I was like, "Hey, Mill, that's Jason fucking Todd."
yeah.
No,
It's not
the
subtle.
minute you look at him, you just go, "Oh yeah, hi Jason, how's it going?"
Yeah, and just also it's the 3rd of the 3 Arkham games, and Batman just randomly brings up, "Hey, Alfred, remember Jason?"
Yeah.
It's like, you haven't
Subtlety
talked
is
about
not
this guy
there.
for 2 games. What is happening?
I mean, I think it
Clearly.
would have been funny if Alfred, though, was like, yes, why? Why the fuck are you bringing this up now? He's been
You also
Batman.
very
He's been-
clearly have a Dick and a Tim. You need to have a Jason.
Exactly, like that. Just the logic of
Who's the
Batman.
Bill Robin?
Honestly,
What?
like I would appreciate
Stephanie
it. For,
Brown.
Carrie Kelly, that's what I'm thinking of.
There was Carrie Kelly. There was Stephanie Brown for like 2
I-
weeks.
I was thinking Carrie, like, it would have
okay.
been funny if, like, that, if Alfred was like, yes, and what about Carrie? Like, where are we going with this? Where are we
Carrie's a
going with this?
weird one because she's not in the main continuity.
Yeah, Carrie Kelly only exists like 50 years in the future.
Oh, yeah.
And they can't
how
do
to get
Stephanie
that for
Brown
that
because they are doing the whole Tim Drake Barbara Gordon thing, which is another.
It's
whole
weird.
thing.
I
whole-
don't know why they always think Barbara needs to date one of the other bad people.
It's usually
Like, if
Dick,
they-
and like if it's Dick, I
It's-
can agree with it.
She
Yeah,
should
but even
date-
that, I like him
works,
much better with
but, yeah.
Starfire.
Also,
Yeah.
same. Hard
Fair.
same.
I agree.
What
Look,
about,
I'm Super Teen Titans 2003 pilled. I like Starfire and Robin.
What
Yeah,
about,
they did that in
We all
comics in the 80s.
Like our
guys, what about,
okay,
what about a polycule with Barbara, Starfire, and Dick?
Honestly, I would not be
Dick
opposed to
Grayson
that.
is a
but-
man whore. Let's be honest.
He
He's
is.
just a
I just,
whore.
yeah, I just don't I do not know why they always feel the need to have Barbara date another bad person. I just don't get it.
Anyway,
That's
know, they're
not
gonna
really great.
one last thing for the Arkham series, and it is once again about Arkham Knight. Why did they have to do Tim like that with that haircut?
Because they had done it
Didn't
in
like Arkham Knight
in
just
City.
come out? Didn't Arkham Knight come out right as Damien was coming out?
I don't know.
I don't remember.
legit-
Damien, I think, was late 2000s, and I think Arkham Knight was early mid 2010s.
I think it was
And
2015.
I was like, maybe they're just trying to give Tim something to do.
By giving him a shitty haircut.
Yes, because look, he is the forgotten middle child of middle children.
I think the reason he has that hair is because in Arkham City, when he appears, he's wearing the hood.
Yeah.
Like his cape is a hoodie cape, and he's wearing it. And I presume that in 2015 or whenever that game came out, they were not able to put hair under the hood and make it look good. So they just shaved his head.
I mean,
And then they came around to putting him in the next game and was like, well, we're obviously going to use the same model and ruin the face like we do with Bruce every game.
for what it's worth, it could be worse. He could have had his hair look like Miles in the end of Spider-Man 2.
I don't even know what that's all about, but
They gave him the black.
Just weird
They gave him
hair,
the 2020s black guy haircut.
the Killmonger.
Yeah, the Killmonger.
Oh no. Oh yeah, Mill. Why don't you give us your little rant about the Harley Quinn's Revenge DLC
Oh,
real quick?
I just think they tried too hard to make it more difficult than the base game, and so when you're doing the fucking Predator segments, the enemies make decisions they have no reason to make. Like, they'll be walking in a set pattern, and you'll come up behind them, and then suddenly they'll turn around, even though you've been sneaking the entire time. It was literally just to make it more difficult, and it was a pain in the arse.
Bro just turns around like, I heard you walking up to me.
One more thing I will say about the Arkham series that is a thing that didn't happen, but I wish had happened. Either in City or Night, I think what they should have done is like I think in Origins they introduced that multiplayer, and that was basically like an asymmetric survival thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What they should have done as multiplayer, specifically in Arkham Knight, was make it like a GTA or a Saints Row multiplayer, where just everyone is basically on the same map but completely free to act on their own. And every multiplayer character should have been someone from the Bat family. So you have like just on the same map acting independently from each other, like Nightwing and Robin and Batman and Batgirl, and you can meet up and do missions. Like that would have been awesome.
That would've
And I thought
honestly,
they
if
were
they ever
going to
do
do that, and then
You know
they
what would be-
didn't, and I was pissed.
You know what would be really good is if we had a Batman game where like you could switch between the Batman family mid-mission and like have them all work together. Like call it Gotham Knights or something cool like that.
Oh
I
god.
don't think that would be good, actually.
Anyway,
Oh, wait a minute.
Especially if they made it a looter shooter.
anyway,
God.
anyway.
You know what they shouldn't do is release it, reveal the trailer at the end of a Game Awards show to no fanfare.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Then release it the same year as a Suicide Squad game that no one wants to play. Sorry,
Oh my
that was my
God.
final bit on that one.
Sorry, we have a lot of feelings.
one last thing. Fuck Riddler. Anyway, moving on. Moving on to Blobun.
So yeah, this is a fun little puzzle game. It's basically whatchamacallit. It's one of those fill in the map type puzzle games. So basically, you're trying to like maneuver the player character such that the slime trail, as it were, fills in the grid, and you can't go double back over spaces and all that kind of stuff.
I'm looking at it right now. I'm not going to say the joke I want to say.
Same.
Yeah. Also, it has the very funny bit of the player character is a lesbian, and there's an option in the menu that says disable basically no lesbian characters on screen, and then it just makes the game unplayable.
I was going to say, does it quit the game?
It just makes the game unplayable. Yeah.
God,
It's a good joke.
It's a good joke.
2025.
So yeah, it's a very fun little take that at dickheads.
Good.
Yeah,
As it should.
I saw that little story. I was like, I'm gonna get this game just because I think that's a funny bit, and I like puzzle games. So
fair.
yeah,
Very fair.
and the puzzles aren't. They of course get more difficult as you go on, but there is a hint system to help out a little bit, but it doesn't give you all the answers.
This is like if a hidden gem of cool math games had lesbians in it, is one of the Steam reviews.
Excellent.
Honestly, kinda, yeah. Yeah, it's very fun. But yeah, it's a pretty simple puzzle game. You don't have to put too much time into it. I think I finished the game in like a few hours worth of total playtime. So yeah, it's a fun game. Literally the only puzzle I was consistently stuck on was the final puzzle, which I don't think I finished yet. But that's like a bonus level, so yeah.
Looks cute though.
Yeah.
It is. It is very cute. But yeah,
All right.
could probably move on to
Well,
I think
speaking
Laura's
of
gonna have a lot more to say about the next one.
puzzles, I believe we move on to Blueprints.
Yes, blueprints. Continuing my theme of this is one thing, but also another thing. Blueprints is marketed and sold as a roguelike puzzle game, and it has both of these things, but it really is more a game in the vein of Return of the Obra Dinn or other investigative games. And that is important because it colors the mindset you play it with. Because if you go at it as a roguelike, you're gonna get frustrated as shit. Because sometimes
Can confirm.
maybe tell people how to play the game actually. The game works like this. You have a house, and the house exists as a grid of 45 fields. And you can, every time you leave a room through a door, you get a selection of other rooms you put in the grid at that location for that day. And ostensibly, your goal is to reach the other end, and there's the secret 46th room. And if that is your approach and you go, well, it's a roguelike, then you're gonna get frustrated and it's gonna get annoying, and also you're just not gonna see what the game actually is, because as I said, it's actually an investigative game. I had rolled credits as in reached the 46th secret special magic room after about 20 hours of gameplay, and I have 120 hours of playtime in the game.
Jeez.
Because the point is not to reach the other end. The point is that basically with every run you get some new tidbit of information about something. And then next time you encounter that thing you got the information for, you can implement that information. And then usually you learn something, but also you get a new piece of information. And what starts out as this very basic, this is a roguelike game about a child exploring a house game, where it's like, you have to reach the room to inherit the house, and that's it. Turns into like, you discover the political history of these 5 nations, and the resistance movement, and like, it's crazy. There's so much information in this game, and I don't want to say much more because I have already told you more than I knew going in. The point is, it's not an easy game because of that, because there's just so much information. I literally broke out a notebook at some point and made physical notes while playing, and drew little diagrams of how things relate to each other, and
damn.
learned the fictional language of the game and wrote down vocabulary and shit.
Also, keep in mind, like, one of the trickier puzzles is on a tutorial note.
Yeah.
Like, there's clues in the tutorial notes.
There's clues in everything. Literally in everything. Like, every single room, and there's, like, I think about 80 to 90 different rooms, has multiple clues for multiple puzzles you can solve in multiple stages. Like, this game is deep as shit.
I don't know if my ADHD ass is gonna thrive or struggle.
Yeah, that's why I brought up
Yes.
the notebook, because yes, exactly. And every time I will not pretend I solved all of them myself. I had to look up multiple things, but even when I had to look shit up, the things you got for the reveal was usually still very, very satisfying, because it allowed you to puzzle something else out or put something else together, and that felt really, really good. I think I've solved everything. I did look up after I did the final things if there was more, and everyone seems to agree that it was everything. But as is the nature of these things, who knows? There are definitely threads still open, but I think those are deliberately open. It's honestly an achievement in just narrative, narrative for an investigative piece. And it's also like the roguelike thing is fun when you get into it, but yeah, the real selling point is the investigative part.
All right. Well, I've got it downloaded through Xbox Game Pass, so I'm gonna give it a try at some point, I'm sure. It's just a matter of
It's a
getting
good
to
time. I bought it because I'm like, if I buy it, I will actually give it a fair shot. And like, it's been slow going, but it's a good time.
Good.
I wish I had that ability to do that. Buy something and actually play it immediately.
I mostly do that because otherwise I will never ever do anything else.
Fair.
I know my brain, and it's an asshole.
Same.
Preaching to the
Are
choir.
we moving on to French slop now?
Yeah, let's move on
Oh my
to our
God.
next game. It's the game of the year. To the
Musume
annoyance of
Frisbee
some people
Derby?
for some reason.
Oh, right.
No, you mean Wuthering Waves, Kaido.
Let's move on to Clair Obscure Expedition 33.
What?
No,
I
no,
thought it was
it's
Kingdom Come
pronounced
Deliverance
Clair.
2.
Who is Claire
really
and
good.
why
That's
who
all
is
I have to
Claire and
say
why is
about
she obscure?
Well, you have to play the game to find that out.
I'm gonna start only because I haven't beaten it, and then you guys who've actually played and beaten it can have the floor. I like it. I actually cried from the prologue. When the
Yeah, that
Gamage
tracks.
happens. I enjoy it, and I've said this several times to several different people. I really do not fuck with the parry system. I also really hope if turn-based RPGs start doing parries, I'm gonna stop playing turn-based RPGs. Because my problem with the parrying is I'm used to games where when I press parry, the parry happens immediately, like with Devil May Cry.
Yeah, that's fair.
I don't like having to press a button and then I have to time the button to the animation doing the thing, not just, which is fine. I just don't like that, though. And it's to a point where, unless I just start dodging everything and jumping attacks, that's all I'll ever do when it's like the enemy turn, which is fine, again, because, the reward of the parries is if you get them correct, then you get to do your reprisal, and, you do some damage. If I could ask the thing that would make the game perfect for me is if you could do at least one parry successfully in a chain, and you at least do an attack, and the attack becomes stronger with more successful parries in a chain. You know, say the enemy does 3 attacks, you parry 2 of them. Well, it's not as strong as it could be full power, but you still get at least 2/3 of the damage out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the parry system is what's stopping me from starting this game right now.
I mean, you can dodge. You have the option to dodge.
Just in general, that kind of system is what's stopping me. Like,
to my knowledge, in the time I've played, because I've not even beat Act 1, and I don't know if this happens later, but if you fail one of the parries in a chain of attacks, you don't get any benefit from it.
Yes, that is correct.
Yes.
Which I would rather that be built into a higher difficulty option. Again, not which, you know, it's fine. You know, not everything is for me. It should be, but it's not.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna go into the whole difficulty discourse this type of game usually sparks. I think there are fair arguments, but I don't care. It doesn't really matter. I do think in this specific game, the parry thing works on a thematic level, because the whole game is about high risk, high reward stuff.
For some reason, I thought you were going to say, like, parrying trauma away. Like...
No. I haven't figured out how to do that yet. I turned down the difficulty towards the end because I had issues with the system and was like, well, I want to get through the game. I think in this
specific
downloaded
game, a mod.
Same thing. In this game, it works thematically because, again, high risk, high reward, like that's kind of the point of the expeditions, and it makes you feel a thing. But I also think it doesn't really have legs. Like if they make sequels, then they will have that too. Other games will try to copy it and will fail miserably. It's gonna suck.
I think. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's my thing about the combat system, which is probably the most controversial part of the game as a whole, apart from the ending, which is also controversial for different reasons.
From what I heard, it's mostly for dumb reasons.
No, I mean, yes, it is,
yes,
but it's controversial as an ending for the same reason like the ending to Inception was controversial, because people cannot stand when the ending of a thing is just presenting you with a thing and not explaining to you why this thing has this and that outcome.
So people wish that they had things explained to them. Gotcha.
In the end, you have to make a choice, and the game doesn't really tell you, yes, this was the correct choice. Well done, player. And it also doesn't say, this was the bad ending, now everything is red. It just says, okay, this is the ending. Goodbye.
So, I mean,
And that worked really well for me.
I mean, I've been spoiled. I say spoiled. I have seen the endings. I know most of the big
I haven't even looked at the one I didn't pick, because I don't want to know.
I have not been spoiled. I'd like to keep it that way.
I'm happy with my choice.
I'm not going to describe what happens, but I was just going to say I like the idea of a game not really telling you which is the correct choice. I like the idea of being like, you know, you get, okay, this is your ending, so this other ending is also just as like bittersweet. And in that case, it's your interpretation of which do you think is the lesser evil or thing you're willing to stomach.
Yeah, I mean, not even, at least when I was making the choice, I wasn't even going in which is the good ending or the bad ending. I was that type of ending, and the way the game communicates it, I think really puts the player into the position to actually roleplay, to think, okay, I can't make this choice because I don't know. Like, both of these are the same to me, because neither is the good one or the bad one. So I have to actually think about what would this character I've been playing the whole game do. And that's how that worked for me. And that's why I'm not even looking at the other ending. And if I played the game again, I'm probably going to make the same choice, because
same.
That's what the character would do, and why would they do something else when I play the story again? It's the same story, right?
Well, here's the other thing, right? Is like the the cool thing about this thing is like you have that, but for more characters, right? Like it's for 2 characters, right? It's
Yes.
like who do you as a player?
Who do you think is the main character?
Who do you think is not even the main character? Who do you think is correct, right? And like, like there's no like we'll get to Hades 2 and my thoughts on it. But like there is no sense of like one character is more correct than the other. Both are correct in their own ways, and it's up to you, the player, to be like, no, I agree with this person, so I'm going to see them through to the end.
Yeah.
And like the game frames it
for
by putting you between them, and I think that is beautifully done.
Yeah, and that, as I said, that really, really worked for me. Like, it really put me in the shoes of the characters, going, okay, this is a choice that matters to this world in a way. Like, usually, not always, but usually in these type of quote-unquote choice-based games, it's like, okay, as a player, I decide... Mass Effect games I love deeply and have played an unhealthy amount of times. It's like, okay, I will go Paragon this time, and then I play the game and make all the Paragon choices. And the game doesn't do this at all. I was literally in the position of going, okay, this choice matters to this world more than it matters to me personally. And that really, really worked for me. Having said all this, I just said I have like 130 hours in Blueprints. After I had made that choice and rolled credits, I never ever even thought about going back to Clair Obscur. I did none of the post-game, I did none of the bonus stuff. I was done with the game, and I was happy to be done, because I didn't want to dodge things anymore, and the story had a more than satisfying conclusion for me. And I don't really see myself replaying it. I was just done. And
I mean, you could go after Simon, the Divergent Star.
You could do tons of stuff. I didn't, because I didn't want to, because I was done.
I'm more referencing their Game of the Year DLC.
Oh yeah,
they added a nightmare characters. They added.
I saw that they released that and thought, I'm not going to do that. Even while I was playing, I stumbled, like pretty late in the game, I stumbled upon one of that little mime doll things.
Oh.
And the game pretty much tells you these are everywhere. And my first reaction was like, hey, if I can replay the game and find them all. And at the same second, I was like, no, I don't care. It's not in a this game is boring me kind of way, but more in a no, I want to experience the story, and that is literally all I'm going to get out of this.
Yeah, no, it's so good.
I'm done.
It's so good at just telling a complete story.
Yeah.
Like, it does tickle you with the idea of, like, there are other things out there. Like,
yeah,
the
like
writers.
they could do sequels with the writers or other or like stuff that happens in the paintings and stuff, but I don't care.
Right, like, I don't
hope
need
they
to
don't
follow...
do sequels, not because it would be bad, but just because this is so good on its own.
I also just don't need... I don't need to revisit Verso and Mael. Like, their stories are told.
I don't need another game coming in and validating my choice, because I just said that the good thing about the game is that it doesn't validate your choice at the end. It just tells you what your choice means. And I don't want a second game coming in, oh, by the way, this was the canonical one. Or even reading my old save game and going, oh, you made the right choice because now XYZ happened. I don't want that. I want to be happy with what it is.
That is the issue with games that have these kinds of big choices at the end. If a sequel happens, you suddenly have to lock...
Or Dragon Age.
Dragon Age, yes. I mean, there's a reason the hero Ferelden has never appeared in any subsequent games. Because they do not want to have to make that choice.
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
They don't want... I mean, look at the reaction of the fan base when, fucking Veilguard was like, okay, so we're not gonna make every single decision you made in Inquisition relevant, and everyone lost their shit.
I think was the smartest decision they could have done.
Exactly.
Because
yes,
it's not like, say, a Mass Effect 4, where they have substitute characters for so many of their options.
Hmm.
Dragon Age just like, yeah, if this guy dies,
Mass Effect 4 will be shit because it will canonize the red ending because that's the one where Shepard is breathing in the bonus video.
even though Control is the best.
Even though Control is obviously, even though other ones are like,
my
it will absolutely canonize the red ending.
My go, I knew
whatever.
I loved you.
Anyway.
Yeah, I think we've talked enough. It's, from the sounds of things, it's a very, very good game, but it sort of, once you're done with it, you feel done with it.
It's earned its flowers.
I think it deserves to win
I
Game of the Year, even as someone who hasn't beaten it. I'm willing to believe that it did. There's just things about it that I don't care for all that much, which is okay.
Yeah.
I think people need to accept that sometimes media does filter people out. I
also think since you mentioned the Game of the Year, I also think this just showed why the Video Game Awards as they are shit. Because they don't care about like the artistic qualities of a thing.
Because it's easier to make it something appeal to the lowest cop.
No, but the point is, if the awards are best game and best RPG, and if the game that wins best game is an RPG, it's obviously also the best RPG.
Yeah. No,
but
absolutely.
if the categories were stuff like, okay, Game of the Year, sure, Best Picture, we have that at the Oscars, but then make the things categories resembling the Oscars, make it Best Level Design, make it Best Sound Design, make it Best like do shit like that, and not just give every award to one game because it happens to tick 5 boxes of genre.
Or it goes in the other direction where, the Game of the Year doesn't win the award for its genre or whatever, and you suddenly go, well, how does that work?
How does that make sense? Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't make sense either way.
Yeah. So I think if people want a big video game awards show, said video game awards show should rework its categories fundamentally, which it will not do.
No.
Which I think is GGC is why that's the real one to me. But yeah, like I said, I think 33 earned its flowers. It deserved to have won.
I absolutely agree.
I don't think it's my Game of the Year. It came close, but it is like it definitely, yeah.
Yeah, I posted my list the other day. Mine is definitely Blueprints. I spent more time with that. I thought more about that. I was more invested in that. So, yeah, better on all counts. E33 still great game. Like no notes.
All right, let's move on then to Crime Scene Cleaner. This is very much my game. I
need to get this one at some point.
Yeah, I like it because it's a very. There's a story to this.
Game, right?
Yeah, it's just cleaning. It's.
Oh, so it's like Power Wash Simulator.
It's Power Wash Simulator, but with more sort of mechanics because instead of just having a power washer, you've got mops, you've got sponges, you're picking stuff up. You're putting stuff back into place. Like there's just more to do.
It didn't have a DLC collab with Final Fantasy.
It did not.
Also, did it have a murder mystery DLC?
No, but it does. I mean, here's the thing. It doesn't have any DLC. It just added stuff out of nowhere. Like, there was the base game, which had a story and completed the story, and that was fine. And then it added nightmare versions of each of the levels, and, like, adding a bunch of trippy bullshit to that, which was really fucking cool. Like, there are a couple of levels that I absolutely adored because they were so interestingly done. And then, again, they added an extra 2 levels, with, like, fucking saying, oh, you're being hired by the I don't know how I'm going to pronounce this. Community. Which I presume, like, the dev was like, hey, anyone have any ideas for new levels you want to see? We'll consider them, and yeah, they fucking made them.
Neat.
But again, they added all of this for free, which I think is incredible in this day and age.
A quick question about this game, because that's always the interesting part to me about these types of games. Is there a fail state? Can you, like, fail a level?
There's not, like, I don't think there's a fail state in the sense of, you're forced to then redo the level. It's
two ends of the scale. You can very clearly not fail Power Wash Simulator. You can just take longer for a level. And the other end of the scale would be something like Hard Space Shipbreaker, where you can absolutely die.
Oh, yes.
Which is a great game, by the way.
What's the game called again?
Shipbreaker, Hard Space Shipbreaker.
Oh my god, that game's
from
so
like
hard.
2 years ago. It's so good.
It's good. It's hard though.
I would probably put it
Yes, you can
closer
fail.
to the Power Wash Simulator end.
Okay.
There are certain things you have to do, like picking up all of the bodies. But once you've done those certain things, you can just
if you
walk
don't
away.
do them, it just takes longer to complete the level, like until you do them.
Well, no,
There's
you can.
You haven't done this, so you fail.
No, it's so.
Yeah.
You pick
that's
up.
what I mean.
You can't finish the level until you pick up the bodies.
Yeah, exactly.
But once you pick up the bodies, you can click finish level, and it just goes, oh, you got, say 0% of cleaning up the blood or 0% of cleaning up the
I would
broken
absolutely
stuff.
put that on the Power Wash Simulator side of basically no stakes, which is good. Like, I like that. It's
We are going to talk about Power Wash Simulator later in this stream, by the way. So.
I mean, the other thing is that the more you do, the more experience points you get, and the more you can level up your abilities. So you can upgrade how long it takes for your mop to get so dirty you need to clean it again, or you get different types of detergents you can unlock, that sort of thing.
Sorry, I'm just laughing at the concept of ulting on a house. You just pop your ult bar, you limit just drown the house in washing liquid, and it does a random chance between 25 to 75% cleaning the blood or some shit like that.
Yeah. I mean, the story as a whole is incredibly basic. You're just working for a crime boss. There's a couple of big things that happen, one of which is that he murders your best friend, but it's not really, lingered upon. You're doing it to raise money for your sick daughter's hospital bills, so it's set in America. And at the end of the game, the mob boss is arrested. I don't think even necessarily anything to do with something you do. It is just a case that I think he just gets, pulled over for a traffic stop, and they're like, hey, he's a mob boss, let's arrest him for everything else.
Amazing.
Something like that. It's not, but the point is, this game is not about the story. The story is nice, window dressing, but it's not that important to the game. But yeah, I mean, the point is, I initially got it on Xbox Game Pass and played through everything on there. And then when I was considering getting rid of Game Pass, I was like, well, I want to have Crime Scene Cleaner, so I'm going to buy it on Steam. And I put another, 30 hours into it, finishing it again. So, I definitely enjoyed this game. I would recommend it to anyone who wants a game they can just basically play while, watching or listening to something else. It's a great, zone out game.
I mean, I love jumping into the the stream chat and just saying hi. when you have been streaming it.
Mm. Yeah, no, it's like just such an easy game to do that with. It's to just talk over. Or to, as I said, be watching something else or listening to something else in the best way possible.
That's essentially what these types of games are for, right?
Yep. But let's move on to another game, which is Date Everything.
Gen's just left as well.
Oh god.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Gen.
I mean, we can move on, and we can do Time
Yeah,
Stranger until Gen gets back.
Yeah, okay, we're gonna ruin the alphabetical
sequencing.
order. Digimon Story, Time Stranger.
It's a good game.
I've been enjoying it. I've not beaten it. I only got it like a week ago. But I've been really having a lot of fun with it.
I think the Digimon story games are generally pretty fun because of how they work. And I think of the ones I've played, this one has the most focused story. Not necessarily the best story, but it is the most, yes, we actually want you to care about the story and not just about the mons one.
I mean, I think it helps that because the problem is with the two Cyber Sleuth games, the duology, the game was purely in Japanese, and it had a really, really spotty localization.
Yes,
Um,
definitely.
There's like entire bits of dialogue where the characters are referring to something completely wrong. Like they'll refer to. There's a bit where so there's a Digimon called Bakemon, which is based on a ghost.
Yeah.
And the pun is because Bakemon would just be what you would call a monster.
Ghost thing, yeah.
But the problem is that they're actually in this context of the scene I'm referring to. They're talking about monsters, but the localizer, not understanding that, thought they were referring to this ghost Digimon. And so when I played it the first time, I was like, where the fuck is this Digimon? It's not here.
Yeah.
And then only afterwards was I, and probably presumably Lord, and a lot of other people like, oh.
Everyone who watched Digimon and knew.
Oh, there was like two. This is like the whole
Because
tower.
even if you don't know the pun, you know what Bakemon is because it's like that's a famous episode of the original series.
Yeah, but there's like also one of these in the in like the early game where like you go to a tower and it's these two gear Digimon that look almost identical, except they're colored differently, and your character can never tell them apart.
I mean, that's just a really funny running gag, taking fun of the fact that Digimon does liberally use palette swaps.
Yeah.
But I going back to the whole thing with Time Stranger, I like that they've at least so far made an attempt to have an
actually good localization.
Yeah, like, you know, the only problem I have with Time Stranger at the moment is the voice acting in English, at least.
Yes.
The actual.
I ended up swapping to Japanese because I liked it more.
I will say the main characters I do not mind, but the Digimon I am using in fights are really good because some of the voice actors are generally just really like their natural speaking voice sounds acceptable at worst. But then you've got some where it's like, here's this really cool green dragon that breathes fire, and we're going to give him the most ill-fitting voice actor we could have had.
Yeah, I will say though, that is a problem Digimon always ends up having.
My favorite is when you hear
I have watched the original anime in 3 languages. I've watched it in German when it first came out here. I've watched it in English when I was like 14, and I watched it in Japanese multiple times. And they always have this issue that they cannot get all the voices right. There's always someone either who doesn't really know what they are in and who are clearly just subbing in for someone else because they need money, or someone who hasn't seen the Digimon they are voicing and doing a weird voice for. Like, that is the thing Digimon has across media, across languages, in my experience.
Almost like on purpose at this point.
But yeah, like, I mean, so far though, again, in the main story, it's really cool. I really like that for one of the Digimon, they actually reprised the original dub actor of the Digimon. The Digimon Marukimon was originally voiced by Richard Epcar in the Digimon. Is it the fifth season? Digimon Savers or Digimon.
I've never seen that man in my life.
But yeah,
the last season I saw.
Yeah, he was a relatively important character in the anime. In that, but they actually got the English voice actor back, which is a really cool, like, little nod.
Definitely.
The gameplay is really fun.
I think the gameplay is really fun because it doesn't really play like the obvious comparison is Pokemon because it's the other big Mon game franchise, but I think it doesn't really play like that at all. It plays more like a Final Fantasy 3 or 5, like a job system Final Fantasy game.
Right. Yeah.
Like I think one of the good things as well about Time Stranger is they've taken a lot of quality of life changes. You can have like speed boosters, so you can play the game at like 5 times speed, which basically cuts all animations out.
Yeah.
You can do autoplay if you want.
And you want that if you want to collect
anyway,
a lot of Digimon, because you're gonna need to fight and devolve and evolve them a lot.
You know, can like in the Cyber Sleuth duology, you had to go to a specific area, either out in the human world, or you would have to find these areas that would let you go to the same area within the digital world. To like check the Pokemon you've got in your bank, your storage, your Digimon even, to check like the ones
like I pulled out my Pikachu in the digital world and everyone just went, what the fuck?
But like you've got to you have to go to this place to check the Digimon that are currently being trained as well. You've got to do it to even digivolve the Digimon you own. In Time Stranger, all of this can just be activated and checked at the pause menu, which is really good.
Yeah,
I will say, Island.
The two things about Time Stranger are the island and the card game.
And so, you've got that. You've got how you can check. They've done it as well, because in the Cyber Sleuth duology and in older Digimon games as well, that had an RPG element. You had to either go to an inn or the equivalent, or you'd have to use healing items out of battle to heal your Digimon. Time Stranger just lets you heal by standing still for a few seconds.
Nice. Yeah, that's such a good quality of life thing for this type of game.
And it's really good. The problem is, and as was just alluded to, the actual area where you would have your Digimon train when you're not actively using them, you have to go to a place anyway, like you did in Cyber Sleuth and the other game.
I ended up not even using the island, at all.
And,
I didn't need to. I still had almost all the months by the end.
The problem... So, in my opinion, Time Stranger walks 5 steps forward and walks 2 steps back in a few ways.
Yeah.
I think... Compared to the Cyber Sleuth duology, it is objectively better almost entirely across the board in terms of the gameplay and the actual making of the game.
Yeah.
The visuals look good, all the models look really nice. My only other problem with Time Stranger is the background text. The background for the text is really bad. The amount of times where I had to angle the camera in a different direction to read the subtitles or the text because they don't let you change the kind of subtitles that are in the game. Is really bad. It's white with no background on a barely translucent black background. So you basically, if the lighting is too bright, the text can be almost unreadable.
You just can't read it, yeah.
Which is very unfortunate.
It's one of
again-
these things they probably just did late in the development and it didn't get QC'd. Like, it was just...
But again, like it's fine because at least if you're playing the game in the English dub, you can hear the dialogue at least in the voiced scenes, and again the voice acting isn't terrible. They've got like big names for the actors, or even like relatively up and coming actors, which is always nice to see. And again, like I don't really have any complaints apart from like minor issues that it feels like they almost overcorrected on when it came to fixing.
As I said, like my big complaint, and that almost doesn't count because it just doesn't matter, is the card game.
They have a perfectly good card game. They had a perfectly good Digimon card game they just don't use.
I mean,
No,
I never played it.
Honestly, like I played it like 3 times and it became more incomprehensible with every time I played it, and then I just stopped.
I mean,
And I don't think I missed anything because I had all the key items by the end, so I just didn't give a shit.
Yeah, I'm like...
one of the few trophies they don't have.
Yeah, fine, whatever.
Where am I up to now? I've just unlocked Aegyokusmon.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're that stage.
Yeah, and I'm still really enjoying it. Like all my Digimon that I'm currently actively using are ultimate level. I think so one thing I will give, and it's kind of, you could argue it's like a side grade to Cyber Sleuth. I like that there is an intended power curve with the Digimon you have. Because the problem I had with Cyber Sleuth is it's really unclear what level you've expected to get certain Digimon.
They are very clear in Time Stranger.
And because if you
to be for something.
If you're a psycho, if you have the time and are willing
Like
to
me.
put yourself through the masochistic
You can absolutely
torture,
grind everything out like in the first third of the
you can get the like end game tier Digimon like very, very early, and that's I don't mind that. I think that's also just as acceptable and like good. Again, though, the problem is with that because with the Cyber Sleuth duology, because there's no clear power progression. And in my opinion, the grinding in the first Cyber Sleuth at least, I can't remember with Hacker's Memory, because I've actually been I was playing the first Cyber Sleuth earlier this year. There's also very little in the way of good grinding spots.
Yeah.
And if you didn't bother getting the Digimon that boost party experience relatively early, getting those Digimon to make your grinding quicker is a drag. Like, I wouldn't blame someone for dropping the game because the grinding is not very good.
I think actually that's why I stopped playing the second one. Because Hacker's Memory, because I remember playing it and just being like, okay, I need stronger Digimon and I just can't get them in a way that is even remotely fun to me, so I'll just stop. One thing I will say about Time Stranger, without spoiling if you haven't finished it, but just in general, like that is true for all these types of JRPGs. Like the end bosses are always cool fights, but the one in this one I thought was in a good way particularly well directed cinematically. Like it was legitimately a spectacle, and I loved it.
See, having played a lot of different Digimon games, I really like that more often than not, the final bosses of the Digimon games are usually never an actual Digimon. They're usually something. Like, and the few times they are an actual Digimon, they usually themselves are quite interesting or cool. Like, it's usually a cool Digimon you're fighting.
As I said, I won't say more if you haven't finished it, but I will say that I walked away from that final fight and had very positive feelings towards how it was visually presented. Like it was, in the best sense, a spectacle.
Because, like, as an example,
especially if you do all the quests, or certain quest.
But yeah, because like in one of the older Digimon games, World 3, because I did play that because I know ball.
I didn't have a console back then.
The final boss of World 3 is literally a Digimon that's fused with like a satellite that is about to fuse with,
right?
That's about to fuse with the planet to then become like God.
I mean, I think like that is very much in the tradition of the Digimon anime. I mean, they get a Digimon name usually by the end, but the final few things they fight in the anime are usually very weird and out there. Yeah, compared to like the Digimon they have, which are just kind of like cartooned up animals.
Don't get me started on Tamers, because like
we'll do Digimon one day
in a positive way. So I'm ready to move back to date everything once I'm done.
Yes.
For those who've played Final Fantasy 10 and 10-2, you know the novel.
Yes.
Digimon Tamers has started doing that kind of stuff.
What? No. Digimon Tamers is much better than we'll do Digimon one day. Seriously, let's.
But yeah, they've started doing that, and it's really, really bad.
Yeah, I don't think I agree, but as I said, this is not for here. We'll get to that some other time.
All right.
Yep.
Before we move on to date everything, we're gonna have a quick 3-minute ad break. So,
So as I was saying, actually, now that we have a break, but no, I mean like the post-Tamer stuff.
Oh, I see. The post season.
Yes, we're going to start the ad in 3, 2, 1. Okay.
And so that's why. Oh, go ahead.
Wuthering Waves should have waited.
Yeah.
I was going to say, and that's how I am the child whose parents were divorced because of Angela Anaconda.
Oh, okay.
Perfect.
Let's move away from Digimon and move to, a dating sim, I guess, with date everything.
Everything.
What?
Yeah, I actually said to these guys again while you were gone, we should wait for you to come back.
Yeah, that's fair. Did you play this too, Kaido, or?
No.
Okay. So, date everything. What if being a shut-in made you get all of the pussy? That's date everything, in a nutshell.
Oh, so you mean like in Power Fantasy Isekai?
Yes, except you also
good?
help them. Yes, actually, in this case. Because you're actualizing people. It's great. But, like, it's a good one of these. Like, it plays off of the dating sim tropes of, like, you're the only reason any of these people become people, or have, like, fixed their daddy issues, or whatever their issues are. Or whatever the fuck Sinclair is on about today. Sinclair is a sink, whose head is also a sink.
Obviously.
Of course.
He thinks he's named Martin Applegate. It's a whole thing. Meanwhile, your candelabra from New Jersey, pretending he's French, laughs at you the whole time. There's a lot of kinks happening.
There's a kink for that.
The game is very kink positive. It's very it's very respectful in that way too, of people's desires and wants and like intentions. It's funny, and also how to describe it? It never lets you it's big on, it's never this is a bad thing. It's never this is a bad time. The only time that happens is when the CEO gets involved, and everyone's like, maybe that's a bad. But overall, a fun game, good time. I played on Switch, which was a bit buggier than I would expect from a game like this. But the character design work, the voice acting, all great. The idea of you have to date everyone in the house to make them into real boys and girls or sinks.
Yes, the Galatea.
And then they can live their best lives so that you can defeat not Elon Musk.
Defeat how? Like,
I mean, this all sounds very reasonable to me.
Oh no, it's great. It essentially the whole premise of the game is that the glasses that let you turn objects into people is being given to the American government's Department of Unethical War Crimes.
is that the actual name of it?
It's very close. It's not bad, but it's very close. And the longer it goes without him getting the glasses back, the more in the shit he gets. It's like, it's very funny because you get to also stick it to the man. But like, the characters are always really fun. They're very good. Like, and also the game lets you skip characters that are like, hey, we know that this is going to be triggering. There's a set of characters where their whole shtick is that they are a toxic, abusive couple. If you don't want to deal with that, the game just goes, cool, skip.
That's good.
And you can get to an ending with them.
Yeah.
Of your choice. Same with like the Dominatrix or the Rubber Ducky.
People skip the Dominatrix?
Yes.
Man,
but like
no
it is an option. Like the game is very good about like providing you the option when that comes up.
That's good.
Like,
That is good. For all I
even
joke.
a character like, so there's a character called Von Trapp. He's the anthropomorphic personification of a mousetrap. And the game is like, hey, there's going to be conversations around dead animals. That is not comfortable for you. We can skip this one. And like, that does not factor into their story at all. However, if that concept does not sit well with you, you can skip it.
It's good.
And like, I think that it's a good game. Like, I am honestly shocked it didn't get more flowers this year, but this is also a weird year.
This year had a lot of games that just like splashed onto the scene.
But overall, I think it deserves to be praised, not just as a good one of these, but also just a good game.
Okay. I mean, it's absolutely on my wish list. I will 100% get it at some point, and I've seen a friend playing some of it, and you know, it looks
Jack,
like
I
a
think
lot
this
of
is
fun.
right up your alley.
Yeah, no, it does look like it is. I am probably going to play it at some point. I just have very little money to spend at the moment.
Fair.
Alright, let's move on then to the Dinoblade Demo. This
looks so fucking fun.
Yeah, this is just a dumb game about fucking sword fighting dinosaurs.
It's very funny to think that the guy on Twitter didn't originally plan on making a game. They just wanted to show off animations.
Yeah, they just did an animation of like, I think it was something like a Spinosaurus with a big ass sword.
And basically making a thing in Blender and being like, wouldn't it be fun if this would be a game?
And then they were like, but wait, I could.
It wasn't even that. They just posted it, and then everyone was like, oh my god, are you making a game like this? And eventually the guy was just like, yeah, I guess I'm gonna make a game about this, and just fucking started making it 2 years ago.
Fuck it, we ball.
Yeah. So it's not, I would not call it a Souls-like, but it's in a similar sort of hack and slash vein of, you know,
like Devil May Cry.
I'm not 100% sure because I've not played a Devil May Cry, but probably.
I don't know.
Carol,
I don't
you're
think
our
I've
resident
played any
Devil
of
May
those
Cry.
I do in fact cry often.
Mm.
I may in fact do it right now if you'd like. I haven't actually seen gameplay for it. I'm gonna have to look.
I mean, it's basically like, certainly the demo was just one big sort of one big world, and you opened up more sections of the world by beating a boss. I think there was something like 3 bosses.
Yeah, and one of them uses a fucking ankylosaur as a club.
Yeah,
I love that.
big ass
That's
T-Rex.
goofy.
Big ass. Was it T-Rex or Spinosaurus? I can't remember.
It was a
Very much
T-Rex.
T-Rex,
sounds like
yeah.
something that would happen in Digimon.
Yes.
But yeah, this game conceptually is very dumb, but it was a lot of fun when I played it. I need to check back in because there's been like a bunch of like updates happening, not huge ones, but I presume they're just like adding in sort of like fixing bugs and that sort of thing.
It's honestly looking at it, it gives more Sekiro vibes.
Very possibly, yeah. Yeah, it's a good game. I'd recommend trying the demo if nothing else, just because, you know, it's a demo, it's free, you might as well. You might enjoy it. But we should move on to Dispatch.
Yes.
So Dispatch. Remember the Telltale games?
Yep.
What if they were good? No, I'm kidding. I'm
You know,
kidding.
it's really-
I'm kidding.
Remember how you always thought, I wish this were a video game?
I was gonna say,
It is now.
You know what's really bad? I actually don't like most of the Telltale games as a whole. So conceptually, I actually really like the Batman Telltale games because I like the what's the word? I like the incarnations of characters within the Telltale Batman games.
Those also do have like a hint of
Yeah.
gameplay.
Yeah, but I actually don't like Telltale games for the most part, if I can be honest.
I mean,
That's
that's
fair.
fine.
It's a very
I-
polarizing style.
I adore Dispatch, though.
Yeah, it's great. I genuinely think it's like the Telltale people always knew how to write things, and like with, for
They
example,
just
Walking
used to
Dead,
have a
which is
good
probably
to build around it.
like the most famous thing they did. They were very locked into a certain thing, like The Walking Dead. If it says The Walking Dead on the tin, people are going to come from the comics or the TV show, and they're gonna expect certain things.
Or even
And
the
they had
Wolf
to
Among
deliver
Us.
those. Or even that, which is also based on a comic, I think.
Yeah, it's based on like a web series.
Yeah. And obviously Batman, which also comes with certain expectations. And Dispatch kind of just unleashed them, and it was like, hey, you do your thing. And I think it was incredibly smart of them to get some of that Critical Role money and just go, hey, what if we actually gave this thing production value?
Yeah,
Like that,
no,
that shows.
I really like it a lot. Like there was a lot of good in it. What was it? We were joking in our Discord about like, hey, I'm gonna do my best to not commit any HR violation.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think
You
that
went
is
to
a good bit.
You want the entire runtime of HR Violation Simulator not committing any HR violations.
Yeah.
Good on you.
I will say,
I
if
think-
you do commit an HR violation, they tell you that it's an HR problem. But
I think so it's funny. The first thing I ever saw of the game, because I had no fucking clue what I was looking at, was like the scene with Robert and Invisigal at the cinema.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, damn, these characters have like a genuine chemistry. Like, you know,
the cast is legitimately phenomenal.
the voice
I mean,
acting's really good in the scene between like Aaron Paul and Laura Bailey.
I mean, Jesse is a good actor. Period.
So it also doesn't help that like the moment I saw Invisigirl,
No, I get you. I get you.
Like also like Laura Bailey's voice on Invisigirl. I had no. There was no way I could like. It was super effective 4 times over. It didn't do double damage. It did quadruple damage to me.
Yeah. So here's my funny story with Dispatch. The first thing I ever saw of Dispatch was the logo, and when I saw that with the yellow cape and the blue star on it, for some reason my brain went, oh, yellow and blue, it has to be related to Invincible somehow, and I don't give a shit about Invincible, so I do not care. And then I ignored everything about it until like a week ago, when I just went, fuck it, let's just play it. I have time right now because of my fucked up eye. And then I binged it in like 2 days because it's really well written.
I played the demo and like, because I had seen it on a Next Fest and like, I was like, this is interesting. This has got some legs. And then I forgot it existed until the game came out.
I might have seen it during the Game Awards last year, but I just don't remember. But
I've said it in our Discord and I say it again. I genuinely wish there had been more of the actual dispatching gameplay because I thought that was fun, even if I was.
I think that was a
my only problem with the dispatch gameplay is I'm a save scummer. I at one point had to restart the beginning of a chapter 5 times because I kept getting near misses.
Yeah.
That would drive me.
No, I just absolutely ate my losses, and I was absolute ass at dispatching. I was always in the bottom 20% of players or some shit.
Like I was fucking up like 70+% chances.
Yeah, that's annoying as fuck.
I was like, nah, fuck it. I'll listen to Blonde Blazer. Pass the headphones on to me again so I can continue my job.
Yeah.
5 times in a row.
This is though where I will pivot into like my tiny issue with this game. The pacing is not great.
The pacing is horseshit.
Like, especially after like the 4th episode at about the halfway point, it's kind of like, okay, now we need to wrap things up. Like, shit needs to happen. Go. And that leads to every time you get to play the dispatch part, there's always something going on. You never have this one day where it's just everything is fine.
Right, like even the first day, right? The only time you have everyone is the first day, and then you immediately start cutting people. Like, why? Let me get to know these fuckers.
And I think it would have helped. Like, I understand why, because I understand, at least to an extent, how video games are made. I understand why they do not have a 9th episode, but I wish they had, because it would have been really good to have just one breather somewhere in the middle, where it's just...
I agree. However, I also don't mind that you constantly... I think, if anything, it adds to the greater theme of the Z team being fuck-ups, is that... And, it's like an actual job. You might have...
I agree. Like, this is entirely born out of me wishing there was, like, a free play mode.
Which I actually wouldn't mind that myself. But I didn't mind necessarily the dispatching in later episodes being like, there's always going to be some like weird quirk of this day where you've got to work around. Like, I'll be honest, I think the worst day I had was, is it day 2 when they start sabotaging each other?
Yeah, it's immediately when you reveal that you're gonna cut home.
I actually think day 2 is the worst day, because I had to restart that 3 times, because what was happening was I was getting sabotaged, but in ways where like it was actually, I would have had a successive a string of failures if I'd have allowed some of these runs to happen, because the characters were like not letting me send the ones I wanted to missions. And so what would happen was, I did one mission where I sent Golem, and I happened to look into getting actually the, like an exclusive choice for him. but he got that happened. That was great. But then the next mission afterwards, someone got sabotaged, and then the other character failed the mission, and I was like, nah, I'm doing this again. Tried again. Golem got sabotaged, and then I was like, oh great, so I don't even get that option. I genuinely have not related to Sisyphus more than playing that game.
Yeah, I mean, when you play it like that, yeah, as I said, I just ate my losses and I was absolute ass at it, but I enjoyed it. I just thought the concept was really fun. Like even leaving all the really good character work and writing aside, just the job sim part was just a really good, quirky job sim, I thought.
Yeah, like, and also like the
system with the percentiles and shit just worked really well for me.
Again.
Honestly,
the interpersonal dialogue was incredible. I'll be honest though, my biggest surprise when I was playing the game, I actually woke up one of my dogs because I was like, is that Jacksepticeye? Because he was in the game and I was like, wait, I recognize that voice. I knew Charlie White, Moist Critical, was in the game. But like hearing Jacksepticeye, I was like, what? I was so shocked. I think he's really good as Punch Up.
Oh, I think, yeah. I didn't realize it was him because they used his real name and not Jacksepticeye.
Which, fair enough, honestly.
That's I think Punch Up and Golem were like of my two favorite characters because they were just so fun to send out.
I mean, Golem only became my second most dispatched unit because Flambe I never had a failure with Flambe. He was genuinely somehow the GOAT. And that even and somehow he was the most dispatched unit, and that counts the day where he didn't appear for me.
That's incredible. Coop was mine, apparently.
Yeah, same.
I think it was Flambe, Golem, and Waterboy were my top 3.
Yeah, Waterboy, I use Waterboy too, and actually, I built him into a complete powerhouse. I think he had the least failures for me.
I gave everyone a little too much combat, which made failing all the combat limited options a little too easy.
Yeah, I think that's one of the problems I have, and I don't think it's bad. I think it's actually a good way to be you kind of need to pick wisely who you're dispatching and
and how you build them.
But I kind of respect the idea of this character has way too much combat. Fail.
You can't send them here, yeah.
I mean, you can if you just want to eat, waste your own time.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I really liked Dispatch too. I liked it more than I expected, mostly because I didn't expect to like it because I was stupid and thought it had something to do with a TV show I don't care about. I really think all the things Telltale were always good at are there, and the things they could improve, they have improved, and that really shows here.
Yeah, this is someone's game of the year, and it's not a bad pick.
Yeah, and I think if they do make a second one, which I would be surprised if they didn't make a second one because
if it's so well
received. I'm really looking forward to it, and I'm just really curious to see how they iterate on this one, and if they have Aaron Paul money a second time.
All right.
I mean,
speaking of Aaron Paul, I think this, the interaction between, I think the villain is my biggest complaint about.
Yeah, he's barely there, right?
And it's just not, you're I want you to, I want to know about more. I want you to be a bastard.
Yeah.
See, I would have loved if, as a rewatch bonus, a replay bonus, if he was actually in every chapter.
If the Matt Mercer guy were everywhere, yeah.
Yeah, if he was everywhere, but you didn't know. Well, it's funny to say Matt Mercer everywhere, because Majima everywhere.
He is everywhere.
well, because Majima from Yakuza is voiced by Matt Mercer.
Also, yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, no, and this again, like I think an additional episode wouldn't have hurt because they could have done that there. But again, I'm also aware of how these things are made to an extent, and I understand why that wasn't an option. I will say something I also just didn't expect, even when I got around to what the game is and started to get into it. I really like Robert. Like, he's a really good character because often, not always, but often the protagonists in these types of games are basically blank slates and kind of boring, but he's really fun. Like,
yeah, like I felt like I was inhabiting a character.
Absolutely, yeah, he absolutely does have personality and he has chemistry with people and like he's witty and like he's well written and well acted. He's really cool.
I really like that the game doesn't really like. See, I generally picked the options where Robert was very like. I liked the idea that Robert knew how to control himself and didn't fly off the handle.
Yeah, same.
Because I
very serious business guy, but he's still like witty and smart and not boring.
I played him as like old man who knows how to do the hero thing.
I think the only time
I played him as a veteran.
I think the only time I had Robert like pick a genuinely like I'm sick of this option was when I had him throw the chair at Golem, which. If anything, I feel like is the better choice of the two anyway in that scene.
Yeah, no, it's just, as I said, I often the main characters in these games are kind of blank slates, and he's not that in a very, very good way, I thought. And it's mean, because on the one hand, I kind of want to replay it, because I just enjoy spending time with it. And on the other hand, replaying this type of game is always dangerous, because that's when you start to peek behind the curtain and see.
Yeah.
Well, it's why I'm not doing a new playthrough until like probably like March.
Yeah, like maybe when they announce the second one, I'll replay this one or something like that. I don't know.
When the season 2 gets revealed, yeah.
Yeah, I will replay it at some point, but I will. Basically do my best to not remember any of the choices I made because I don't want to...
The real question is, are you going to make all the same choices?
Yeah, but the thing is, I don't want to go in and say, okay, I have to check the boxes. Like, I don't want to go on being last time I did this and I'll do this, etc. Because that kills these types of games. You want to make choices as they grow from the story, right? Like, that's the thing. It's a role-playing game, in a way.
No, I just more mean along the lines of like when playing Mass Effect. Oh, I'm gonna do a Renegade run this time.
Exactly.
No, I can't do that. I gotta do Paragon stuff. I can't do Renegade.
Yeah, of course. That's the other thing. But yeah, as I said earlier, but that's the thing with a Mass Effect type game. That's basically what you do. You make your choice at the start, and then that's what you do. And if and when I play Dispatch, I don't want to go in like that. Like, I'll probably not forget who I romanced. They are cowards for only making the 2 available.
See,
let me romance the fucking Golem.
I said this, I think, in the Rabbit server as well. I think I would like a Malevola, and
I think many people would.
A Malevola option, at least, if you went through a playthrough where you didn't romance anyone. And I also said the reason why Malevola and I'd argue Punch Up don't have anything really akin to character arcs is because the associated character with them is mutually exclusive with each other, which is fine. It's just the problem though when you encounter mutually exclusive party members or characters in any given moment in a game, you're going to have to accept the fact that these characters are going to be less developed because
it's the choice-based gameplay thing, man. Like, if you do the shy character story arc early in Persona or Fire Emblem or whatever and help them with their coming out of their shell, they can never do that in the main story because maybe you haven't done that at all. And it's the same here. Like, if the character isn't around because their counterpart isn't here, well, they can't have important impact on the plot because maybe they aren't really here.
Yeah, you kind of got to guard for that. Otherwise, a lot more dominoes fall. It's a pragmatic thing. I get it. It's just... It is...
But either way, Dispatch, really good game. I'm curious to see how it holds up if and when I replay it, but for now, I really, really enjoyed it much more than I thought I would.
Yeah, like I think it'll be interesting to see what the discourse on this is like 5 years from now. But
yes, absolutely, it will be very interesting. I remember go back to The Walking Dead. We did a project for a university thing where I sat next to a friend and we both played and always made deliberately different choices. That wasn't that interesting. What was interesting is in the end where all the choices are tabulated. If it's late enough in the life cycle of this type of game, you always get the 50-50 because everyone's played the game twice.
Yeah.
And I'm very curious how Dispatch will survive that, because that usually colors the discourse a few years after they are released.
Alright, I think we should now move on to our next game, which is Fields of Mystria.
Oh,
I've only played a little bit of this this game so far, but it's really really neat. Does have a similar feel to whatchamacallit, to Stardew. This one, I haven't played enough of either to really give a hard comparison, but this one does feel like it's a bit more focused on the character stuff, whereas Stardew feels like it's more about the farming sim stuff.
I mean, it's funny. I said the same stuff last year. Fields of Mystery does feel like Stardew Valley because it's a top-down life sim with farming, but and I think it's fine. I like that it is the case, but Fields of Mystery is very much a more cozier, and it feels like the game is easier compared to how Stardew is. Because in Mystria, you can look at the map and know where any character is at any given moment.
That is very helpful, yeah.
You can jump over obstacles, so you don't necessarily have to waste your energy breaking a rock just to progress in the mines. You can just jump over it. You aren't punished if you do an action after your energy runs out. Because that happens in Stardew, if I recall. The day will end early if you hit your pickaxe after you run out of energy.
Yeah.
I don't remember. I have not played Stardew in ages.
It does.
And Stardew, Fields of Mystery also has magic, which is cute.
It's a nice little added gimmick to it.
Cast a spell, suddenly it rains immediately. Now you don't have to waste your energy watering all of your many, many plants. And
my one tiny nitpick is that the clock advances automatically rather than being manually advanced.
I mean, that's Stardew as well.
I know, it's an issue I have with Stardew as well. I wish you could manually advance the clock by doing things rather than just time passes as you move.
I agree.
Or just as you exist.
I will say though, at least, Mystria does eventually let you have the ability to teleport across parts within the area.
God,
so
that's awesome.
You can actually use some of the magic currency stuff you get to teleport to the mines, and eventually you unlock a horse that is much faster than your normal movement speed, and I think that's the thing. I feel like if you found Stardew Valley too stressful, which wow, if I can be mean, wow, but
I didn't, but yeah.
Fields of Mystery is a much more cozy game. I think it is, and it's not even really a problem. I don't mind it necessarily, but Stardew Valley's dialogue is a lot more real.
Yeah, it's a bit more grounded.
It discusses topics that are a bit more nuanced, like alcoholism and addiction, and there's more snippets of stuff like dysfunctional families and characters. And Mystria doesn't really have that, which is again fine. Mystria by comparison is a lot more
thing. Yeah,
it's a lot more cozier and cuter. you could argue there isn't much bite to the dialogue of Mystria, really.
But you don't really necessarily want it to have a bite if you're trying to be, chilling.
Yeah. And I think that's fine. I like both for different reasons between, if we have to compare Mystria to Stardew.
Which is kind of inevitable that you will if you've played both.
I do like, though, Field of Mystria is the... how to describe it? I do like the anime aesthetic. Like, it very much has that early 2000s to 90s shoujo art style.
Yeah, it is a bit shoujo-esque.
Which I think
that's
works
a good thing.
Yeah. I've not played it for a while, only because, and it happened last time I was playing it, I nearly caught up to all of the content that's within the current patch. The only thing I've not done in Fields of Mystria is actually romance anyone yet.
Oh,
I believe Mystria actually lets you romance every character you want to, without there being, like... I don't think you're punished for romancing everyone, but I don't think the game necessarily is discussing or having a whole
polyamory
deal
thing.
About... Yeah, it's not like necessarily polyamory, or if it is, I haven't seen any
thing where, like,
romance anyone.
all the romance route exists parallel to each other.
Yeah,
and you're just on all of them.
But I think that's again, the game's very much like a cozier, cuter thing, and I think that's good. Because I also, again, I like Stardew in parts because it has some bite to some of the dialogue and the writing, and I think that's good. My only problem is with Stardew, as someone who did romance most of the cast, the female cast anyway, because I'm not attracted to men. Not like that means anything really, but
you heard it here first, folks. Kaido is homo. No, I'm kidding.
It's so. This is a problem with games that have romance options that theoretically do not have an end, or even have a epilogue, or just like
you are just in a relationship now, and that's it.
Doesn't really give you any indications of what's going on after.
Like that was kind of my problems with Stardew. Like, yeah, great, now these women can have these men, we can have babies now. And like they do. I know Stardew later added a lot more dialogue regarding like romances, which I think is good. I'm not, but like. And I don't believe Fields of Mystria necessarily books such a trend anyway. But like...
Fields of Mystria is also a game that's still in development.
Well, yeah, it's still in development, and I think... so... I think if we're going to get much for Fields of Mystria in terms of the romances, I don't think, like, again... I would be surprised if they have an option where it's like... how to describe it? I would be shocked if there is an option where you like get punished for romancing everyone at once, because I mean, I have seen the cutscenes when you are romancing a character, like their final friend, like the romance event, and I think that's kind of like it's the current end of friendship progression within the game, because again, like you just said, it's in EA right now. And I know they're planning on adding marriage and children to the game. So I'd be genuinely curious to see like how that plays out.
Yeah. I am curious about that as well.
But yeah, I really like it. It's very telling that at least within this year and late last year when I was playing it, when I am playing it regularly, I'm usually way past when I should be sleeping to play more.
Oh yeah, no, I get that.
But that's pretty much where I'm at with anything else to say about it.
All right,
I'm sure Gen's dying to talk.
That's a good.
I'm sure
fun
Gen's
game.
dying to talk about geopolitical and classism discussions.
let's move on to Final Fantasy Tactics, the Ivalice Chronicles? Ivalice. I had like a 50-50 shot at that.
You really did. You did your best. I could.
It's fine.
I applaud the effort.
I want to say real quick before we get into the very good writing. The game is a remake in the truest sense of the word, and even with the new quality of life things, the gameplay definitely does show its age.
It is
And
a
if someone
round-up
is not
rebuild.
willing to put up with some jank, then this is not the game for them. Some things are frustrating. It's just the
What,
type of game it is.
What, don't you like the Y-Graph softlock?
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
Do you not like?
But I heard it's so
So,
often.
I don't want to be mean to Meep, but it was really funny seeing some of the gripes he had specifically with that game.
Yeah.
Because he wouldn't show fucking screenshots of his problems. So,
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
he was making
come on.
himself upset. And it's like, just
I think so too. But no, but in general, he wasn't wrong about, like, as I said, the gameplay absolutely shows its age, and if one is not willing to put up with that, it's a challenging game. If one is willing to put up with that, it is a fucking great game.
I played the War of the Lions re-release of this version of this game back on PSP when I was a kid, and it has lived rent-free in my head ever since. Unbidden, I will just think about the fact that I get to kick Argat's ass like 3 different times. I think about Delta being Lelouch, but better in every possible format.
So when I played War of the Lions earlier this year, again as a similar like, is that this voice actor? I actually audibly screamed and said, "Is that Travis fucking touchdown?"
But like overall, like this game's writing is bar none probably the best Final Fantasy has ever had, and based on
Absolutely.
the way its trajectory is going, ever will have.
Absolutely.
And like this is a game with fighting story, like excellent characterization. It does the like friends to rivals to begrudging allies while also still being like they absolutely do love each other and would fuck if they could and knew that was an option.
So I will say, and actually, maybe this is like the Scottish trope of within this call, but Link actually made a very fair criticism of the game, in that while it does say a lot, it doesn't really deal with the things that it's discussing.
I mean, yeah, but because it's not that type of story.
And I
It's not-
I don't disagree with you or Link necessarily, in because like again, the points he was making was about like, you know, it's really great that Ramza's saying a lot of the stuff he is about, like, you know, classism and all of this, but again, the game isn't actually doing anything about it.
Yeah, but I don't think it needs to. Like that's the thing, right?
I also think the game isn't doing it. I agree, but in the story, it's not doing anything about it. Not because it doesn't want to. Like, it's not like Ramza says, "Well, this is all shit," but well, I profit from it, so whatever. It's because there's no way. It's a tragedy. There's no
think-
way out. And the only one who gets a way out gets to die in the end.
I think we needed to have at least one map where there's just a bunch of like politicians and the nobility, and you just have Rams at like one tap every single one.
Exactly.
I'm joking.
But I think also the beauty of the game is in the fact that in the framing, the story is Ramza, a forgotten hero of the war, is finally getting his story told, and like that is the victory.
It is really cool.
That is the victory that he gets, because time. The whole point is ultimately evil wins in the short term, but time will vindicate him.
I'd love the idea though when Sidolphus joins the party, when people are looking back at how the story's retold, like, wow, the story suddenly gets really quick once Sidolphus joins. Like, wow, they just like, there's barely any description of how the fighting went after this. Like, oh, okay.
Sidolphus I guess he just what?
Oh shit, man. That guy was broken as fuck.
Oh.
It's almost like Elsa was also broken as a person.
I mean, and I don't actually want that, because I doubt anyone still working at Square has the balls or even the skills to do it. But what would have been interesting back in the day would have been basically a sequel to the meta plot, like a sequel to the framing device, and being like, okay, what does the world do with this? Do they embrace it? Do they try to cover it up again? Like that would have been interesting. I mean, like it wouldn't have helped the story. It would have been one of these everyone asks a question and the answer isn't interesting. But
still,
that would have been fun.
There kind of is.
I mean,
have you heard of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV?
I hate you.
Will not do this
with a free trial that lets you play for Stormblood, which is the exact same expansion where the Ivalice raid is.
I have in fact heard that.
Yes, I know. I watched it.
But I don't fuck with MMOs. But no. Again, I don't think anyone at Square today can, in the way this game needs.
I think so. The problem is, I think they wouldn't, only because I think it would ruin what could just be left as interpretation.
Obviously.
I'm of the opinion that sometimes, and I think it happens far too often, people want to add to the end of something.
No, that's why I very clearly said that would have been cool 20 years ago. It would not be cool today. Today it would be absolutely
sometimes like I think the beauty of Mass Effect is does Shepard live or die in the destroy ending, right? Like, does he live or die? Doesn't matter. Like, that's up to you.
Wait, who actually chooses the destroy ending though?
Again, I recall you like the destroy ending.
I mean,
you liked murdering robots? You planker hater?
Sure, let's go with that.
Mass Effect 4 is going to be so bad.
I mean, I do love. I remember telling Jack about it. He was laughing about how to actually get everyone dead in Mass Effect.
Oh yeah, no, that's really difficult actually.
But like the point of the matter is, right, is like this is a game in which the ambiguity of what does the Ivalice Chronicles actually do to Ivalice?
Yeah.
Like, that is such a good, like, unanswered question, because we don't need to know. All we need to know is that Ramza stories gets told. We get to see Delta be the Byronic tragic hero. We get to watch all of that happen and weep as it happens. And I think that is beautiful and why this story lives rent-free in my head.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree. Like, I do not want that sequel, because, again, if they would have had any chance to make that good, it would have had to be, like, 1998. They can't do it now.
And they specifically didn't with Tactic Advance. Like, they specifically didn't do it.
they clearly ended it where they wanted it to end, and that was a very good and very deliberate choice, and that's how it should be. Frankly, I think they shouldn't have even gone back to Ivalice for FF12. Like, they should have just left Ivalice be.
Yes, I agree with that.
Also because
Y'all are gonna have to do like a Final Fantasy all games stream at some point.
No,
don't do that.
Don't do that to me, board.
But like the Ivalice thing specifically, like, it doesn't do anything for Final Fantasy 12 to be in the same setting as FF Tactics. They just did that because they had the name and thought it was gonna be fun.
Right, and they wanted to reuse the names of the 12.
Yeah, and that's it. They did the Zodiac thing and we're like, we already did that a few years back, so let's go. Anyway, no, I think also Final Fantasy Tactics is like one of the most beloved games of all times. I think everyone who would have any interest in playing it knows if they have that interest. Yeah.
Right. I think it's, if you want to play history, like a piece of gaming history, this is the one to play.
This is the version to do it. But yeah.
I don't know if this is the game of the year or not, but it might.
I have too many games on my backlog as it is.
Well,
who knows? Maybe in a few years you'll get a War of the Lions edition where they'll add in Onion Knight and Dark Knight.
God no.
I accidentally got Cloud and I didn't use him because I didn't want to.
I mean, at least they actually made Cloud better in the.
I hadn't played the original. I don't know if
because in the original he's actually bad.
In War of the Lions, dude, he's
so late.
They make him really bad in the original. I say make him. He was really bad in the original, but then they were like, oh, let's actually make this character not dead weight on your profile. Even better if you go out of your way to find his Materia Blade.
Okay, one thing. I wish there was a way to just turn off the Chocobo's breeding.
Oh my god, yes.
I just had to delete Chocobos all the time.
So there is a trick.
So bad about
it's called Free Battle. It's called 4 Chocobos and a poach character. That's what I did. Genuinely for level grinding in Lore of the Lions.
I guess.
I had a poach character because I was leveling up Thief for someone to get Ninja. And I just had that Thief character poach 3 black chocobos and a regular chocobo.
Oh man.
Anyway, I think we should move on to our next game, which is Freedom Wars.
This is literally just me talking. So this is a remaster of a PS Vita game. Imagine, it's in the same vein of Monster Hunter and God Eater, in that you go out to missions, you can play with multiple people. It's probably easier and more fun if you do so, but you don't have to. It's set in this future where everyone's living in panopticons. It's like a dystopia where you and all of the other people you're kind of hanging out with are sinners. And the player character loses their memory in the prologue, to justify the game, I guess. And because your memory is such a valuable resource, and because you've put them through the effort of needing to train you again from scratch, you've now been given 1 million years of a bounty on your head that you have to work off, like a sentence. And yeah, the gameplay's fun if you know what you're doing. In my opinion, unless you kind of Google what are really easy ways to play the game, it's really not fun. When I played it back in the PSP era, because in the game you have these you have fawns that you have wrapped around your character's arm, and you can use them to stretch the fawns out and pull yourself towards something. And the monsters of the game, these like big mechs, you can actually pull them down to the ground and like disable them and stuff like that. But one of the playstyles you can do, or kind of things you can do, is if you latch onto one of these machines, and it's like a limb, you can mash the circle button to cut one of the limbs off. So it could be that, like, oh, maybe one of the shield generators that makes them immune to bullets is now destroyed.
Okay.
Oh, now they can't shoot you with their lasers. They can only hit you in melee. Thank you for notification. The problem was, though, I was so desperate to try and, like... I was really enjoying the game at the point I was in this anecdote, where... Because I was the kind of player that wanted to mash the circle button, or the button to get rid of the parts, I was developing wrist pain in the middle of the final boss fight. And it could have been serious carpal tunnel if I hadn't kept pausing the game and taking like 5-minute breaks. And I'll always remember that story. But the thing with the remaster is they've done a lot of like quality of life additions. There's a really strong weapon you can get that you otherwise can only access after you beat the game. It's a weaker version of the same weapon, because you can get it again once you beat the game. And it's as strong as you would have gotten anyway. But they've also made things like... Because you can mod your weapons and like give them buffs. You know, you can like customize them and make them better.
Mm-hmm.
That's been made easier in the remaster.
Okay.
It has an English dub, which I didn't used to have. I only recognise like one voice actor in the game, which should probably be very telling about like...
Its age.
No, just in terms of like the kind of effort they were willing to put in the game. Yeah. And you know, the game still is pretty fun. The only problem is, and it was the problem the original game had, Freedom Wars doesn't have an ending. Like, you beat the game, like, there's credits, and, like, the game ends, but, like, it feels generous to even call the ending a cliffhanger. Like, how would I describe it? There's an almost level of, like, ballsiness to how bad the cliffhanger is for a game that is very much never going to get a sequel. Like, you know, it's been a decade since it came out. You know, the PS Vita is that old.
Yeah.
And yeah, like, it came out in 2014. So, yeah, the game's never getting a sequel. I think even though the remaster did well enough, I don't think it'll ever get a sequel. Which is fine. You know, the story isn't particularly amazing. It's more about, like, a game where you can play with your friends online. And it's alright, I think. It's very much like a... How would I describe it? I'd argue it's like a 6 out of 10 if you enjoy the gameplay loop. And yeah, that's it. Like,
Alright.
it's pretty fun. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. Let's move on then to Gnosia.
It was mostly you, Mel.
Yeah, so I got this after the anime aired because I liked the concept so much of basically single-player werewolf. Because, hey, I like those games, but the biggest barrier to entry is finding people to play it with.
Mood.
And I'm enjoying my time with Gnosia so far, but it is a game that, like, expects you to go... I think it must expect you to go through so many fucking loops. And it expects you to quite frankly, lose significantly more often than you win, especially at the start, and I struggle with that.
What are these? I'm looking at images of it. What the fuck is this? I'm gonna post one the gameplay screenshots. I can guarantee none of you will be expecting what I post.
I mean, having played the game and watched the anime, yes.
Nope, did not expect what that was.
In a scuba suit, I don't know what you're talking about.
Well,
So, yeah,
that's an average Phoenix Great Defendant.
That's a beluga whale, yes.
A beluga whale called Atome, if I remember correctly.
Like the game?
Yes, Otome is her name.
Yeah. There is
She's
also
adorable.
there is also an alien-looking dude called Shigemichi who is apparently human.
Literally... yeah, it's a grey. Like it's literally one of the greys, like Paul. Like
Yeah, he's a human with a full body skin graft, basically.
Yeah,
I'm not joking.
Yeah, but I mean the gameplay is just, you know, fucking like werewolf. You've got roles like engineer, doctor,
And Among Us.
guardian angel. Yeah, like those. There are two other roles that are, so there's AC follower where the character is, you know, on the side of the Gnosia, who are, you know, the werewolves in this instance, or the imposters. You've also got the bug, where they've just got to survive, and if they survive, they destroy the universe and win.
As one does.
I will say I like that the game has a function where you can basically, because the goal is to basically learn as much as you can about the cast, and you can basically the game will give you like setups in terms of the amount of characters involved, which roles are involved, that will give you, you know, new information about a character.
Is it like Zero Escape with the?
Haven't played that, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
It gives me the same vibes
gives
as
me
like
strong Zero Escape vibes.
Yeah, Zero Escapes and 999.
Yeah. Like that's also a bunch of mystery. Yeah, exactly. The 999 ones, where it's like where you have these loops and they basically have a whole decision tree, and you can pick where you want to go in and make the other choice this time around because you need them all to get the best ending or something.
There are some other visual novels that have something
I haven't played them myself. I just have seen Let's Plays.
But yeah, no, I do enjoy Gnosia. It's just a game I'm gonna be sort of like very much taking my time through. Because I can only play it for so long at a time before I go, okay, my brain is tired trying to figure this stuff out, and I'm tired of losing. Because there's some times where, like, I feel like the Gnosia is revealed, and then they'll just vote for somebody completely random, or just me, and I'm just like, why the fuck have you done this to me?
I mean, that does sound very much like a real werewolf game.
Yeah. That's very fair. Like, but I do enjoy it.
The Gnosia stat killed. I wasn't in the stat because I knew it would happen. Why are you voting for me? I wasn't near the bodies.
The other thing I want to just shout the game out for is there are two canonically non-binary characters, and your player character can be non-binary as well. Just a nice little touch.
That still reminds me of the guy who was playing Starfield, and he didn't. Because full-grown men exist on the internet.
Yeah.
Got really upset at the concept of pronouns.
We've had that.
Decided he didn't want. He didn't want pronouns, and so the game considered him non-binary.
That's great. We've actually had that with Bladezone. Like in the beginning of Bladezone, you get basically like we made the choice for inclusion purposes, but it's really important also for the localization. Basically, the game asks you what pronouns you want.
I just realized we should have had that on the list.
No, it's not out yet. It comes out in January. It's a 2026 game.
There's Dinoblade.
We'll talk about it next year then. Got it.
Yeah, but no, we've actually had this, and as soon as we released the demo, which has the prologue where you make that choice, we've had reviews like, this game is woke, don't play it. And I was like, yes, we pissed off the right people.
Yeah, no, exactly. That's a good thing to get.
That's absolutely it. Like in another
I would
Discord
like...
someone told me, why do you have your pronouns in your name? Discord has a function for that. And I'm like, yeah, but I want to piss off the right people.
All I want is to make a flamberge and know that I do not have any woke nonsense. Like, I want to make historically accurate flamberge, not have any woke nonsense, and like, you know, like, come on, guys, let me make my swords in peace.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, we are going to have another 3-minute ad break. Starting in 3, 2, 1.
And that's why Hades 2 is racist.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh jeez. Okay. Oh fucking Christ. Welcome back. Moving
Again,
on.
with the rent lowering gunshots.
Moving on to Hades 2, which is now out of early access and in its complete form. Did have to, you know, redo its ending because everybody hated it.
Yeah.
For a pretty good reason, to be brutally honest.
Have we considered though? And again, no, I won't even make the joke. I was gonna like. No, I'll say it. I won't say the full thing, but I'll just say it. Have we considered that maybe you shouldn't send a woman to do a man's job?
Oh,
but
jeez.
Honestly, the original ending kind of felt like Hades 2 was like a DLC for Hades.
Yeah.
Or like play a different character for half an hour or two, or an hour or something, and then it gets back to Zagreus, and it's like,
and Zagreus fixes everything.
Yeah, exactly. And that was a little bit ill-advised, but other than that, Hades 2 is very good. It's Hades. It's more Hades. If you like Hades, you will like Hades 2.
Yeah.
It really is more Hades.
Yeah. And I do, like, much to Kaido's chagrin, I do think the changes they made, like, the fact that Zagreus fights like a berserker fighter or berserker paladin compared to Millennium's, like, wizard, warlock, rogue.
I think that's fine. I actually don't dislike that. I'll be honest, if I could dash like Zagreus, I think a lot of my problems would be gone.
I did have a lot of trouble adjusting to not being able to dash.
If Millennium could even dash, maybe one more time. Like, if Millennium could double dash, Mario Kart for the GameCube, I think a lot of my issues would be gone. But I fucking hate the sprint.
Meanwhile, I'm just like, I love it. Once the game clicked, it clicked. And I don't know how else to describe it. Like, it just went, oh, I got it.
Once I learned how to make broken things with the cast happen, I was like, oh, this is what we're doing.
My most recent run was the Blades Limit Oros. I had Hestia on the main attack, Zeus on the cast and the special, and everyone died.
Yeah.
Everyone's dead now.
One of my favorites.
Like, Hestia's Scorch is really good on the twin blades.
Yeah.
Because you have to hit so often. Like, it's not good for something like, say, the Skulls, where you just don't hit that often. But
yeah, with the twin blades, it's devastating.
You can just stack a bunch of damage.
I think one of my favorite combos was on the cast, comboing Aphrodite and Apollon. Because it's like your cast just keeps expanding and everyone who enters it can't leave it and constantly takes damage. That was so good.
My favorite, I also love Hera, and like, if you can get Hera and Zeus to just fucking like each other for 3 seconds, getting the cast, like the cast with Hera, and then the attack and special with Zeus.
Yeah.
Things just start dying. They just show up and die.
I will also say, if you can get the Selene boon that brings back the last killed enemy, and then you are also lucky enough to get the one where it just keeps it around forever, that's it. You've won that run. You've won that run because it will just do all the damage for you.
And this is that's the beauty of a good roguelike, I think, to me, is these the kind of nonsense builds that you can come up with.
Yeah.
But I will say I've spent much more time thinking about builds with Hades 2 than with Hades 1.
Yes, same. And
because in Hades 1, and I think that kind of fits to what Kaido was saying. In Hades 1, it was much more about my gameplay, because if you're good at dashing, then you're better at Hades 1. That's just how it is. And 2 plays differently, to me.
2 is really built on the build, with the Arcana, with the rule of Night, with the various weapons.
Yep.
And that's last time I'll speak, because that's also part of my issue. I'm saying this as a scrub who has only got to Chronos twice. Second time around, I had a dog shit build, but I somehow eked into second phase. And then he did an attack that hit this screen, and I just died.
Oh yeah, no, that was rough. I died to that the first 2 or 3 times, and I was like, "What the fuck am I meant to do?" And just had to look it up because it fucking sucks.
I'll be. Maybe this is me, but I feel like the build is a bit too important.
Yeah, that's fair. I absolutely. Even by the time where I could very reliably reach Chronos, if the build didn't work out, I just died early.
Yeah,
that's absolutely a thing in this game.
If you're on Prometheus and you forget his fucking pattern wrong.
God, Prometheus was so hard for me.
Prometheus was a choke point for me for a long time. I would just get to him and die. And then
when the Ares upgrade came out, I didn't get to Ares until the full release of the game because I couldn't beat Prometheus, and then I just didn't touch it until it was fully out.
Yeah. The first time I beat Prometheus was actually on fucking stream.
Awesome.
The first time I played it on stream.
Have any of you guys done the Valve Rivals yet?
No.
No.
Do you know what the Valve Rivals is?
So is it the additional challenges, adding fucking health and shit like that?
So yes, but there's a special version of that called the Valve Rivals for the big bosses.
Oh yes, no, I know what you're talking about. Yes, I know what you're talking about. Yes.
And it makes the Prometheus fight a goddamn hell.
Because doesn't it basically bring in another boss or something like that?
So for Prometheus, it brings in Heracles. For the Cyclops, it brings in Medea, who just is a ghost and poisons the entire field constantly.
Oh god.
Good god.
Yeah, that's something I'm never gonna do.
You want to know what the type? Do you know what the Typhon one is? The Typhon one is? Do you want to know? Because it might kill Kaido. It might make Kaido kill himself.
What is it?
It's Typhon and Kronos at the same time.
Oh my god. That's such a dick.
And after you beat Typhon once, he shows up. Typhon respawns, and Kronos de-ages you, so you have to dodge their bullshit while staying in a circle. I'm not salty.
No, it's kind of like with P33. I was kind of once I had rolled credits, I was kind of done with it. I haven't really gone into it since.
I have done some of the post game. I have done some of the post game stuff. I've done the Hypno stuff, which thus far I'm kind of underwhelmed.
It's not great. It doesn't end well.
But I will say I also haven't really done any post game in Hades 1. Like once I got the 10 clears in 1 and rolled credits, I also was kind of done with that one. So
I know there's something with the fates that I haven't gotten. I don't think I've gotten anywhere near that one.
yeah, same.
just-
Like that's
So you have to like have conversations with Heracles, Prometheus, Kronos, and I think like maybe one or two others.
Yeah.
With Hecate as well. And then they'll show up after you do a number of other runs, both above and below.
Right. Okay. Well, I will keep trying because what I basically did was after I got frustrated at using other weapons too many times, I eventually just started using the twin blades the entire time. And basically went, okay, I'm just gonna get to the ending with the twin blades, and once I've got that done, I'll start experimenting. And I have actually started to fuck with the other weapons a little bit more. I'm still never using the torches though. The torches suck. I'm sorry.
The torches are hard.
I had my first clear with the code. Because
the
Yes,
code?
yeah, the code.
The
Yeah.
code's just one.
that's just Demio special.
Mhm.
But yeah, I think eventually I was pretty decent with most weapons, but the torches I never really like. Even after I could reliably clear the game with them, I didn't really like them. I don't think they play too well.
The torch, like I have to use the hidden aspect for the torches.
Yeah, and I had the same issue in Hades 1 with the adamant rail. Like I just didn't like it. Even when I cleared with it, it didn't really work for me.
That was me with the bow. Like I could never clear Hades 1 with the bow.
That was
I
the
really
first.
liked playing with the bow.
That was the first thing I cleared it with. What? Interestingly,
The bow and the spear are my best ones.
For me, it was the fists.
I remember when I was really into Hades 1, I had like 10 runs in a row that I won. Half of them were getting Hermes boons with I think the basic fists that have a built-in dodge chance.
Mhm.
Yeah,
And I
the
think
fists were pretty broken.
I had runs where my dodge chance was like over 70%.
Yeah, you just don't take damage.
But like, all that to say, like I think Mel is such a fun character, and the contrast to Zag.
Yeah. I do think there's stuff still unexplored because I feel like there's so much around that could be explored around Malinui's, like what's the word I want to use? Loyalty, love for her godly family when we know they all kind of suck, or at least a lot of them kind of suck.
I think the thing is, it's supposed to be a contrast to Zag, where like she can only go off the rose-tinted view that she has collected for herself.
Also, she's had a very positive influence in the form of Hecate.
Yeah.
Yeah, whereas Zag hated Hades.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
because
like,
every time Zacharias offered an olive branch to Hades, Hades burnt it.
Fuck you, Zag.
I think that is genuinely a thing the game is saying. Like,
But like, yeah,
Zacharias had a very broken relationship to a family he knew pretty well.
well, even the thing is as well with Zagreus, no one knew who he was. Like above, like in Olympus, no one knew who he was. So a lot of the reactions with the gods is more, I didn't know we had. I didn't know my older brother had a son. Like like they were more like.
I think with
The only
Mel,
one Mel has that same relationship with is Kronos.
Yeah, no, and I think with Mel the thing is, as opposed to Zagreus, who basically doesn't give a shit about family because his family hates him, his dad, is she has this ideal of what a relationship to her family is, and once
She
she
was
meets her
denied
family,
No, I'm
yeah,
also,
and
I'm
once
also
she
saying
meets her family, it's like I'm not feeling that. But how could she? She doesn't know these people.
I will say in defense of the titular Hades himself with his relationship with Zag. How do we know that when Zag, well, literally when he came out of the womb, his vibes were very off. Let's be fair.
To be fair, he died.
Yeah.
Zag died.
Yeah, like I'll be honest, the vibes were so harsh that Hades was like, nah, I've
Zag died and Persephone left. Like those are bad vibes.
like Zag killed the vibe. Like I'm not surprised Hades was such a dick to him. Zag deserved it. Let's be fair.
He failed the
like,
vibe check.
Fucking child.
But I like all that to say, like I think the newer version of the ending is far better than it was originally, and I think they made the right choice in making that change. Like normally I'm like, no, the game is the game, let it stand, but this needed to.
No, I'm glad they changed it. I think it works a lot better. I will also say, I don't know because I haven't played the entire post game. Spoilers, I guess, Kaido, if you're bothered.
I'll be completely honest. I'm still, if I even play the game again, there's a very good chance that I will stop playing the game after I beat Chronos once.
Right. Okay. Then I'm a little sort of upset that it looks like Melinui won't actually get to go back to the House of Hades at all and actually,
that pissed
really
me off
interact
too.
with her family.
So, can I say?
I know you can meet Hades and Persephone in the final dungeon of the Below Run. I hope that you can meet Zagreus.
You can, and it's very funny the first time.
Okay, good. Okay. Now I think I know what it's gonna be, and I'm imagining it's Melinui going one way and Zagreus going the other, and them just going, hey, and just keeping on going.
It's less funny than that. I think I'll mess with you.
I'll be honest. I can only imagine a boss fight. Maybe that's me.
Do you want me to tell you, Mel, or do you want to find out?
Go for it. I'm fine with that.
So, like, as you're doing a run, it doesn't matter in either direction. I think, but it'll happen very specifically on a below run. You'll see an infernal contract, and you're like, what the fuck is this? But when we start reading, he goes, I can't, that's too many words, I can't read. And then just goes, I accept, and then gets ported to Elysium, where you're in the tournament. You're in the arena.
And fight
for Theseus and Minotaur are, and you have a boss fight with Zag. He's like, oh, hey, what do you mean you didn't read the terms and conditions?
Oh God, okay.
You stupid child.
And then I absolutely destroyed Zagreus. Like,
and then he's like, didn't have to hurt.
And then did you beat him in a fight?
He's like, you didn't have to hit me that hard, little sister.
Yeah.
The other thing that
was a good one.
The other thing that I found out is the statue rewards for doing the fucking upgraded difficulty stuff is kind of hilarious because it's Skelemus fucking
just being a dick.
Has them do incredibly buff Melinuis. And she's just like, oh, okay, I'm not sure how to feel about these.
Also, Skelly just fully be like, please don't tell anyone I'm here.
Yeah. I mean, he accuses her of racism when she's like, "Oh, I found out about another skeleton guy who was up there who sounds a lot like you. What, you think all skeletons are the same? No, I don't think that."
Oh, so good.
But yeah, I enjoy Hades 2 a lot. I'm
I
probably
think
not.
the writing's really good.
Yeah.
I think
And I
I'll
like
be honest,
I like the new additions to the Godcast as well. I love Hephaestus's boons.
Hephaestus is a killer.
I will say that I think part of also why I don't like it, the character interaction in the hub doesn't feel anywhere near as good as the first game to me. I don't know, like maybe Achilles was just really goated.
He was. You're correct.
And like I just feel like there isn't the same level of like interaction that I enjoyed like with Achilles and like Thanatos and what's the fucking name now?
Meg.
Dusa. And Meg, yeah. I was thinking of Dusa because I like Dusa a lot.
I will say, just as a side point, I do like that they have Zag say partners and committing to the full like polycule.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this one you get 4.
You get 4. I'm probably only gonna go for 3. I like Moros, but he's not really my thing.
That's fair.
The other 3, on the other hand.
Which ones
Just
are
so
they?
we're clear, it's Icarus, Moros, Eris, and Nem.
Gotta climb that muscle-bound tree, huh?
I mean, yeah, Muscle-Bound Tree in Nem, Sad-Drenched Twink in Icarus, and Chaos Incarnate in Eris.
Yeah, you put your ticket crazy with Eris.
Butch Chaos Incarnate in Eris.
Isn't Eris like actually, as a Greek god Noah, isn't she like just the incarnation of strife anyway? So
Yes.
Yeah, they call her
yeah.
Strife.
Yeah,
Yes.
she is Strife.
yeah,
She-
so that doesn't sound surprising to me.
Yeah.
I haven't met her yet, so I wouldn't know.
She
whole
calls
shit.
you babe, and it does things to me.
Yeah. Oh,
You want me to start calling you that in D&D, Mel?
Mill?
Yeah.
Mill? There's one bit where you have a conversation with her about Nyx, and she's like, okay, mommy. And I was like, oh god. Oh god.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, I think we should move on to our next game. It's moving up a bit because Gen has to leave us. It is South of Midnight.
South of Midnight, if we use like the game of the year terminology, is my game for impact. It is a story about like Southern American, not South American, Southern America, like Louisiana mythology. You follow this black woman, like I think she's half black, Cajun woman, and as she's like trying to save her mom from, forces beyond her ken, and she unlocks powers over weaving the world. Like she's a weaver.
All right.
And in the over the course of the game, you have to deal with various critters and monsters out of Cajun Creole folklore and myth. Including like a vampire bat, a giant crocodile with a bell. But like every one of these characters is a victim of either their own racism, their own trauma, or like some variation therein. And like the game does a really good job of being like, you can't fix the things that were done to them, but you can set them up to be better going forward. And I think that is a good story, and I think it does itself well throughout. And like even the big bad isn't the big bad. Like the final boss fight isn't the real villain. Like they're just a force of nature. The real villain is your own family, but also like is a version of you that is just faltered and failed.
Yeah.
To do the thing you're doing. And I think it does such a good job of like hitting that line. Caveats against it, the combat's very PlayStation 2, for better or for worse. As well as it's like, as well as its platforming. And I think a PS2 platformer is great, and it is good at that. Its combat, God help me, I never want to do that again.
Okay.
That said, its music is fucking phenomenal. Like, I think, like, had Expedition 33 not come out, I think this would have been my pick for Music of the Year.
Okay.
This is also very famously the game that animated on the 2s and had that kind of like stop motion-y feel to it. Like, I really recommend checking it out just as a like, what is this weird thing? I think it's really good. I think it's worth checking out. Is it a perfect game? No, but it is like a 7 or an 8, and I really want to see them take another swing at something like this.
Yeah, it's similar to Expedition 33. It's one of those games I'm certain I will get to in time.
It is easier, if that helps.
Possibly, yes.
Like, it isn't a parry, like, punishing parry game. It is a...
Harry the Platypus.
It's not parry slot.
But it is... but, like, if you can stand PlayStation 2 Jak and Daxter combat style things, or, like, Spyro or any of those era games, like, you'll handle this well.
Alright.
Like, I really think, like, this is in my top 5 of the year, and it stayed there for a reason.
Alright, are we okay to move on?
Yeah, Thank you guys for having me. I'm sorry I have to bail, but...
No, it's fine.
No worries.
It's understandable.
Happens.
I'll let Lord control your Daron polygon again.
Okay, sounds good.
So you're going to be playing an Inquisitive Genasi Rogue.
See you
They
again.
may or may not be gay. We haven't had the talk yet.
That's fine. I know my French accent. I guess I can also do a Spanish accent, so that would work.
I mean, it's funny because Gen's character is actually from the country that's based in France in my campaign.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. I already gave the French accent away.
Anyway, let's move on to our next game, which is Haikyuu Fly High, aka the Haikyuu Gacha game.
So how much have you wailed so far?
It's a not insignificant amount, but I would not call it a significant amount.
Are you a dolphin then?
Probably, I would say less than £100 total easily.
Definitely dolphining. Gotcha.
Like, it's probably closer. It's probably closer to £50 at worst. I don't want to calculate it because it'll make me feel bad regardless. And to be honest, I'm skipping days and skipping my dailies more and more often. I've just had a long break, but to be fair, part of that was because of my illness causing my routine to completely fall apart, and I'm only just getting back into it. It's a fun enough game. I do wish there was maybe a little bit more control in the actual gameplay segments instead of just sort of picking which character gets to spike the ball with which technique. But at the same time, I also understand that this isn't the type of game to do that. It's also just difficult to fucking code, probably. I'm going to be interested to see where they go in terms of banner characters in the future, because I feel like we are very much running dry. Like, we are towards the end of the main series, and now we have basically got sort of maybe 2 or 3 characters pre-time skip that they could do before we have to start going to time skip characters, where I'm going to be real worried about my wallet.
What if they do, like, time skip Hinata?
Oh, time skip Hinata, I'm dropping money on instantly. Like, there's going to be no... There's going to be no hesitation there, no shame. Like, that is the one character where I will unashamedly wail on. I don't care. Other characters I will wail on, but I will be a bit, like, oh, why did I do that to myself and my wallet? But time skip Hinata? No, fuck it. I'm there in a heartbeat. And the other thing is, there is, for example, Hinata, obviously the main character. We don't have an ultra rare version of him. We don't have an ultra rare we don't actually have an ultra rare version of any Karasuno character yet, which I think is interesting, and it's probably where they're gonna go next. It'll probably be like an alt costume there, I would have to guess. Like, they play a match in their, like, away strip in inverted commas, so probably that, I guess. I don't know at this stage. But yeah, it's fun enough. We'll see how long it lasts, because I just have no faith in any gacha game that isn't like Fate or Musume at this point.
It has to be a real cash cow to last long.
Those two seem to be... Fate especially, but Musume seems to be joining Fate in propping up the Japanese economy. I mean,
it helps that between both of those games, one of them's actually good.
Haikyuu is a franchise that has managed to stay fairly fucking popular despite the manga having ended, 5 years ago. So maybe it'll manage to stick around. I don't know at this stage.
I mean, it's a Shonen Jump series that is good. I think that does a lot for its legacy.
It probably is, one of the most popular sports series ever. Like, there aren't that many that will be up with it. So it's got a half decent chance of survival, but I would have said that about something like Black Clover, and look what happened there. I spent too much money on that, and it died. It died a death.
It'll last 6 years. It'll last 6 years to beat Review Starlight. Because that, for some reason, lasted for 6 years.
Yeah.
That's pretty crazy. Was that
insane.
just the international or
no, both.
Okay.
But yeah,
like they had half a year of discrepancy. Like, they launched half a year apart and ended both in September 2024.
I mean, that's the interesting thing about the Haikyuu gacha. As far as I'm aware, the Japanese version and the international version launched at the same time.
That's relatively rare.
As far as I'm aware, anyway. But yes, we should move on to our next game, which is, or games, which is Hollow Knight and Hollow Knight Silksong.
So I've only played... Oh, sorry.
No, please, go ahead. I think we're in the same boat.
Yeah, I've only played OG Hollow Knight, so I have not played Silksong yet. I will at some point, but...
Same. I've played, like, I got it for my birthday and played like an hour of Silksong and then realized I'm not in the mood for that type of game.
I mean, I have...
So I can only really talk about Hollow Knight, which is very good.
I'm planning on playing Hollow Knight in the new year, because I have it on my Steam Deck.
Nice.
Yeah,
Hollow Knight is a very fun game. It's one of those interesting games that doesn't really, like, directly feed you, like, exposition or lore. It's stuff that you
Yes.
have to pick up over the.
I have talked to people who said they bounced off because they just didn't know what was going on and didn't really feel motivated to keep going. I did not have that issue. Like, I got into it pretty much instantly as soon as I got it.
Oh, the vibes are immaculate.
Yeah.
Like, it is just a really good. The vibes work really well and create a good atmosphere for the game.
Yeah, and also I always felt pretty well guided, and if I didn't feel well guided, I felt it was fun to run around and look for things. I mean, in the Metroidvania type of game, like getting a new traversal thing and figuring out or realizing where in the world are places you can use that to go somewhere you haven't gone before, like that's pure crack. That's
Oh yeah, no, it's great.
and Hollow Knight does that really, really well.
So that reminds me, actually. You know, did anyone here play Dead Cells?
No.
No, actually.
So Dead Cells also Metroidvania. Well, that's random. Like, the maps are random and, like, you know...
Mm.
And you unlock traversal options in that. And one of the options you get is a wall run. I was on a winning run, and I actually got soft locked. Because I happened to wander into a room that required me to wall run, but I hadn't unlocked wall running.
Oh no.
God.
Just apropos of nothing, it just reminded me of, like, because yeah, it is really cool, like, you know, in games in general, when you can, like, go back to old areas and be like, oh shit, now I can, like, swim. Now I won't die and drown when I touch the wall.
Yeah.
I mean,
There's a lot of those, yeah.
That's what this type of game is like all about, and that worked really well for me in Hollow Knight.
Mm-hmm. It's also really fun to play with the charm loadouts.
Yeah, though I
there's
will
a
say,
lot of combinations there.
I don't even remember what my loadout was, but it was pretty much once I had found it, I barely touched it unless I was super stuck, and it was like, okay, let's see if this is the thing. But I think that's kind of the beauty of it. There isn't really an optimal way. There's just kind of like you find yours that fits your playstyle, and that's what you do.
I think my primary loadout in my endgame was like a mixed minion survival build.
Yeah, and I never fucked with the minions. I tried that once and didn't do anything for me. I always went for like max damage and armor and just kill it before it kills me.
Understandable, but like there are all sorts of different methods to play the game. Like there's no one build that's really more valid than another.
Hollow Knight is really fun. I think one thing that's very interesting about Hollow Knight is like while you play it, you kind of live through the development history of it, because like the first area is clearly the proof of concept. Like we have this idea for a game. Let's see if we can do it. And that is the first area. And once you branch out, it's like, oh, and then they iterated on this, and then they tried that, and then they did this. I found that very interesting. Just like, and that's not a bad thing. It's just you play through it and you realize basically while playing how their Kickstarter went.
Yeah.
Yeah, not as I said, not too much to say on Silksong yet. I haven't really played it in a way that lends it to any sort of commentary.
Yeah. I will say this for Hollow Knight, though, it is also a fairly difficult game. It's not, like, hair-pullingly difficult, but, like, some of the bosses and a couple of levels are bullshit.
There were definitely parts that were very frustrating.
In particular, fuck the Trial of Fools. Fuck that noise. I think I tried that, like, 10, 15, 20 times before giving up.
So I want to ask us, you know, since you both played and beaten the first game at least, how does the sequel work when you already are the Hollow Knight in the first game, right?
You're playing as a supporting character.
No, I'm joking, because like I know even the player character isn't the Hollow Knight.
Yeah, that's an interesting point as well.
Yeah. It's
focus on that.
you know how in Legend of Zelda you always play Zelda?
Yeah.
Just a different one every time. And it's the same with Silksong. In Hollow Knight you already play a Silksong, but in Silksong you play a different Silksong, obviously.
I see. That makes sense.
Yeah, I do have to get around to Silksong at some point. It's just I just beat Hollow Knight. I am happy with that for now, and I want to rest on my laurels for a little bit.
It's also like, honestly, to me, that type of game doesn't really lend itself to that type of binge playing, because once you've beaten Hollow Knight, like the timing for Hollow Knight is in your bones. You need to unlearn that before you start a game of that type.
And also, like, yeah, if I were to try to bounce back and forth between, say,
Also
Hollow Knight
frustration,
and
like-
Hades,
Yeah.
like they play very differently. They're both like pretty tricky games, gameplay wise, but like they're very different games.
Yeah. Absolutely. I remember many years ago, I was bouncing around between The Witcher 3 and Dark Souls 2, and that was not a good idea.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Because they play just differently enough to fuck you up.
Yeah. Yes. Hollow Knight is just also like it's got really great visuals. The music is really neat too.
It's very focused. It has this vision and it sticks to it. It's very clearly made by a tiny team of people.
Mm-hmm. Who know exactly who had a goal and they were
Exactly.
Yeah.
And if nothing else, I will always respect that team for actually taking the time to develop Silksong and not, cave under the pressure and release it early in a far worse state.
I didn't really I didn't do my time in the Silksong mines. I played Hollow Knight after Silksong was already out, so
Samesies.
I was just
don't know.
I
how
was
these
playing
people
both
felt.
sides. I was hoping for it to release and also for it to be cancelled, just so I could be prepared for whatever jokes I need to.
That's the thing.
pull
Like,
out.
either was gonna be fun.
Jokes for when Silksong gets released, jokes for when Silksong gets cancelled.
Yeah,
Two
exactly.
separate folders.
Exactly.
Anyway,
I just happily got it before Yandere's then.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
I think we should move on to our next game, which is Lego Star Wars, because we've been playing that on stream the last month or two, and
What's wrong with it?
I'm bad at platforming to begin with, and the platforming in this game is not good.
How?
I mean, but the stakes are so low, it doesn't really matter, right? Like, it's...
Mill's just upset because he can't be a true Jedi, I guess.
Legit though, like he's only gotten True John like maybe half the levels.
I mean, here's the thing about Lego Star Wars. Since basically the second Lego Batman game, they've found this formula that works for them.
I was actually thinking the exact same game.
And yeah, I mean, that's when they started doing the open world thing, when they replaced the hub worlds with an open world. And since then, all of the Lego games have been the same game, just with a different license grafted onto it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm absolutely okay with that. Like, I'm super looking forward to the new Lego Batman thing they announced. I love these games. But they are also all just that game. Like, I super enjoyed getting all the Kyber bricks in Lego Star Wars. I think I did that twice because I had it on Switch, then sold that, then got it on PC.
Nice.
Because it was free on PC, I didn't buy it twice. But I love these games. I enjoy playing them a lot. I wish they handled achievements differently, because every time you get one late, it has all the DLC achievements, and I usually don't buy the DLC, because when I'm done with a game like that, I have done a lot of dumb bullshit to get all the bricks.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing is there are some levels where there is no explanation of what you're meant to do.
Yeah.
None
just kind of
whatsoever,
annoying.
and you just have to sort of try and figure it out. Like the fucking the fucking
Yeah, there's stuff like the races and just
the fucking Starfighter level on Hoth. Like I flew around trying to figure out what to do for so long, and then it's like, oh, I do actually. There's a button you can press that fucking like extends the line, and you can trip the things up, the walkers up, like in the movie, and it's just like, you never told me that button existed.
You know what? I don't want to sound mean, because I don't. No, so maybe it's just. I think the Lego Star Wars game, Lego Star Wars. I think I agree. There are some times where it's like, what am I supposed to do? I absolutely do not disagree with you on that. I think maybe it's just kid me was goated when I played these like as a child. Because are you playing the Skywalker Saga, or are you playing the actual original releases?
It's the original releases, I believe. Well, it's the complete saga, which is just
which is the original releases.
Yeah, okay, original releases. I don't think it's quite the original releases. I believe it's like
it's like a slight remaster of sorts, because like one of the bonus levels is like the OG pod race level, and it's so much harder than it is in the actual game proper.
It is. The original Lego Star Wars was. I died so many times because I didn't get the.
But I think
game. I think understand how you played it.
I think it's select levels from the original games. Because there's only 6 levels per film.
Yeah, that's how it always is.
Oh, right. Well, I clearly misread something.
Literally, because I played the original saga, and nothing, apart from extra content, like Lego, I think, like Lego City, stuff like that, nothing really changed in the release. So, yeah, I mean, I'll agree the pod racing is awful, the original pod racing is terrible.
That shit looks like a nightmare level.
I don't want to be mean, because I'm willing to. Thinking about some of the stages, I can understand, but maybe if you were a kid, you'd probably have like gotten it.
Probably, yeah. There's a lot of games like that.
As a kid playing video games, your pain threshold is just completely different from as an adult.
I'd also say I think it's a case of maybe just being an adult. The way that you play games is so different to how you might have as a kid. Especially if you had grown up playing other Lego games or playing, I think you, from the sounds of it, maybe some things would have been better, like the platforming. You might have gotten the handle of that better.
Sometimes just playing games as a kid, you're just used to hitting your head against a brick wall until you brute force it.
Well,
if it's like the one game you have, or a game you rented for the weekend or something. Like I rented the original Star Wars Lego games, so I had them for like a weekend. So,
but I'd also say, I don't want to say skill issue, because that is mean and it isn't actually contributive to the conversation.
There's a certain amount of skill issue to it, because I am bad at platformers. I fully admit that. I just also think the Lego Star Wars' platforming is bad in general, which isn't helping.
So I'm gonna post a meme that'll accurately describe my opinion, my thoughts. Here we go. I'll post it in the stream chat. This is what I imagine.
I'm just gonna move on now. To our next game, which got added like 5 minutes before the stream, I think.
I'm not sure if I wanted to.
Moving on to Metroid Prime 4 Beyond.
Yeah, I think that's all me. It's really good. It's a Metroid Prime game. It's also a Metroidvania, so it kind of hits the same points Hollow Knight is hitting.
Imagine if it didn't. like,
That'd be
That would
so
be sad.
silly.
That would be really sad. But no, I think that is actually. I keep saying that about the Metroid Prime games. That is one of the few things where it actually worked, where they actually went, okay, we always make this type of game. Let's do that, but as a 3D game. And they decided to make it a first-person shooter, but that doesn't really matter. Like, that's not what these games are about. And it just worked. Like, playing a Metroid Prime game doesn't feel emotionally different from playing a not Prime Metroid game. It's also a Metroid game. You're also still exploring and getting new traversal powers and opening doors you couldn't open before and stuff. And Prime 4 also does that super well. They also added a motorcycle, and that plays kind of like the car in Batman. It's just there for things that don't relate to the rest. It's not that annoying because it's not that important, but it's that thing like I once read an interview with a game dev for some fantasy game. I think it was Gothic or something. I don't know. Or for Witcher 3 maybe. And they were like, we want to add a horse. And then the journalist was like, okay, so what does that mean? What does it mean to add a horse? And the guy went, well, it means we have to make the world bigger, because if there's a horse, you have to need to use the horse. So now the world is bigger, and then we have to put stuff in the world. And many games that decide to add a horse don't really put stuff in the world. And Metroid Prime 4 is definitely one of those, because you ride your motorcycle in literally a big desert, and all you can do with it is ram into crystals and collect them for a side collect thing. And that's it. Like, that's all you need to do with the motorcycle.
You can do the thing that Dragon Age Inquisition did, where they had a horse, but it didn't actually make you faster. They just added speed lines.
No, it was no. The horse made you quicker. The sprinting of the horse was not different.
Yeah.
Anyway, Metroid Prime 4 is really, really good, but it does have problems these types of games often have when they decide to suddenly increase in scope. Like, all the travel between the different parts of the map could have been done the way that it always has been in all Metroid games, where you just get a cutscene and then you're in the new area.
With the bike segments,
yeah,
I will always say, Breath of the Wild has had and will continue to have a negative impact on especially Nintendo games, I think, until we are all dead. And this is someone who hates...
Until they make classic Zelda games again.
I don't like Breath of the Wild anyway, but I think Breath of the Wild has actually had a noticeable negative impact on Nintendo games. I think if Breath of the Wild had flopped, there wouldn't be a motorcycle in the desert segment of Prime 4. I think
that's possible.
I think Pokemon Scarlet and Violet wouldn't have been an open world game to the degree it is. And yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's possible. I don't
like imagine if we get a new Star Fox game. And it's open world, like open galaxy, let's say.
Yeah, I mean, I think that might be true. At the same time, I think it's just kind of the way of things with Nintendo. Like, Nintendo basically has still the same game devs they had 30 years ago. Like, they don't have the fluctuation other studios have, so they are just much slower with getting to the developments other studios get to.
I mean,
and
they also
means they are much slower with learning the lessons from that, and they probably just never really got how to make an open world.
I mean,
then you have the thing you had from Oblivion to Skyrim, where the world is much bigger, but it's fucking empty. There's nothing in it.
I mean, you could also argue that, Nintendo also is willing to let its less successful children starve.
I'm not. Yeah, sure. Like, that's definitely a thing with Nintendo.
Which I don't blame them necessarily. Like, Splatoon was a big hit. Okay, let's give them free new games. Let's have free games and some DLC. Like, I'm not, as a business person, in business, it would make sense to funnel efforts and resources into the thing that is actively making you money.
Yeah.
Like, it's why Pokemon moves consoles and systems.
Exactly. I mean, it's just, I was just saying, I think especially their like talent retention is definitely different from basically every other game studio,
But
with maybe the exception of Square.
I think it's very funny though that like, because of Smash Brothers as an existence, there are more fans of. I would argue there are more fans of Samus via Smash.
Metroid.
Yeah, via Smash than there are fans of Metroid. I also don't think it helps.
Via Smash, but generally speaking, I think there are more fans of Samus than fans of Metroid. Like,
but I think I would also say I think Zero Suit Samus in Smash Bros. Brawl did a lot to create new Samus fans.
Probably, like, I mean, you got to tap into the horny demographic. No, I think that's real, and I think that's part of what makes the Prime games kind of stand out because even in Smash Brothers, Samus was always a 2D character. Like, the Smash Bros. Games are 2D games, and again, like, that's what the jump to Metroid Prime did. They just went, okay, let's try it in 3D, and it worked. It really did. Like, the first, I haven't played the second one, but Prime 1 and Prime 3 are really, really good.
What if we...
And Prime 4 is also really good, so they're still doing it well. And Metroid Dread, last year, the 2D game, or 2 years ago, was also really good, so Metroid as a franchise is just, in my opinion, in a really good place.
What if we got an Adi Shankar adaptation of F-Zero or Star Fox? You know, the guy who did Devil May Cry? I'm joking, by the way, I'd hate that.
That would suck.
As a Devil May Cry fan,
I think Square has all the Devil May Cry people now. No, but as I said, I think like Metroid Prime is good. It has this one very obvious flaw to everyone who's played a video game that isn't from Nintendo. But since probably no one who works at Nintendo has done that.
Apparently they only just started playing Arkham Knight and was like, oh shit, we can add a vehicle in?
I know. I mean, I don't know, like, Retro, is Retro an exclusive Nintendo studio? I don't even know. It's just...
I mean, I'm just glad, and it's the same with Silksong, I'm glad the game has come out for the people who want it.
Yes.
I do actually want to play the Metroid game, the Prime games. And I'm glad that 4 came out. I'm glad the people who wanted it have got what they wanted, because it sounds like it's actually a really good game.
It came out and it's good. Like, what more can you want from a franchise that has been dormant for like 10 years?
A lot of people grossly exaggerated the human NPCs.
I mean, it's a bit weird to have people with recorded voice lines speaking. Like, that's not the issue. They are people. They can speak however they want. The weird thing is that Samus doesn't have a single voice line in the whole game. Like, if you have voiced characters who are people and not just computers, I think she should react to that.
That's because Samus only
she does have a voice actor.
Samus only speaks when her and I are together alone, because she's my wife, you see?
I would like to believe that, but I have played Metroid Dread, and she spoke in that. She just didn't speak a language we could understand.
Yeah, I mean the Prime incarnation of Samus.
Oh, okay. No, that's the same person. All the Metroid games are in one continuity.
My wife said to the contrary. I don't know.
I think your wife's lying to you. Maybe you should consider, like, I don't know, man.
Counseling.
I don't know what to tell you.
Anyway, let's move on.
Metroid Prime feeling good.
It sounds like we should talk about Monster Hunter Wilds.
Yes, let's move on to Monster Hunter Wilds.
It's really sad. When I was playing it and I beat the game, I said this was my game of the year. I did. I should react to myself lying. See, I really like.
This is my game of the year. I'm not a liar, he said, like a liar.
So I'm actually
not going to touch another game for the rest of the year.
Yeah, I actually really love Monster Hunter Wilds, but I also had the good fortune of not having any of the performance problems that everyone else had with the PC version. Because it notoriously has had a really bad PC port. Apparently, I wouldn't know, because again, I didn't have any of these problems. I think it's really fun. I think it combines the best elements of World with a lot of good elements from Rise. I think the game is like a lot of people really didn't like World initially because they felt like it dumbed down the game and made it too easy and too casual. Which is fine. I'm willing to say that is a very fair take to have, if not for the fact that World is still the highest selling Monster Hunter game. And I think the highest selling Capcom game of all time. And, you know, Rise also, to a lot of people, made the game feel very dumbed down. They added things that made the game feel easier. I think the problem is, though, Monster Hunter, I've tried playing some of the older Monster Hunter games, and I think they're awful to play. That's partly a personal preference thing, but I think there's just things that, like, do not feel fun. I think a lot of people have rose-tinted lenses for older Monster Hunter games. There's definitely some parts of old Monster Hunter games that are really good, and I don't think that's, you know... I think as someone who hasn't really played Monster Hunter, but has played a lot of FromSoft games, especially in the pre-Elden Ring days when they were not yet like one of the biggest things. These games, in different ways, but kind of similar, cultivate a certain type of fan base that talks like that, even when they don't really mean it, because Dark Souls isn't that hard when you get into it, and I think, but it's still how people talk about playing Dark Souls. And I feel, again, as someone who has never really played Monster Hunter, I feel Monster Hunter has that same thing where it just cultivated the type of fan base that is like that, even when that isn't really the issue they are mad about. Yeah. I mean, because I love Wilds. I think the best thing about Wilds is the player character is an actual character. This is the first time that a mainline Monster Hunter game has had you, the player, be an actual character. They've always had a silent protagonist that never really does anything in scenes.
Yeah.
Which is fine, because, you know, you want players to, like, latch onto you and, you know, be able to, like, just not have any immersion breaking or anything that could... You know, like, I think it's fine. I really like, though, that the player character in Monster Hunter Wilds is a person, though. They actually react. The voice acting is pretty decent. At least I liked the voice actor I picked for my character. You know, they say stuff, they actually have their own agency, which is really cool. Because that's kind of a problem I have with a lot of games where, like, you know, oh, you can pick your own class and you can make your own character. Well, have fun never having them do anything in cutscenes for the rest of their existence. You know, Shepard pre-Mass Effect 3, and even then, hope you like only having the pistol in cutscenes. Which, and you know, like, there's plenty of games that do that. To be fair, Wilds doesn't necessarily do the same thing. Wilds doesn't necessarily break that trend, but they're at least, like, reacting. They're not just stood there T-posing.
Yeah.
When the monster appears, like... And I think it's really cool. I think it's really awesome, because, like... And, you know, the story, in my opinion, is actually one of the better Monster Hunter games. A lot of people say Monster Hunter 4 is the best story. That was the one where they genuinely made an effort to tell a compelling story. I haven't played it to know. But it's also very telling that a lot of story elements from 4 are in Wilds. Like, there's actually a few characters from Monster Hunter 4 that are in Wilds as well. So it's maybe they realise, oh yeah, people loved 4's story. Let's kind of do that again, or at least you know, let people feel like there's been a continuation from that game. Because, you know, World's story, Monster Hunter World's story was pretty meh, and Rise's story was really the secondary, you could say. And yeah, like I think Wilds is really fun. You know, like the new monsters they added are really cool because like it's a really big deal for Monster Hunter players to learn that they added like 2 cephalopods because they don't tend to add shit like cephalopods. They usually do like the lizards. And you know, in my opinion, all the new monsters they added are really cool. Like one of the new cephalopods they added is covered in oil and it can light itself on fire. And it's actually the apex predator of the area. One of the cephalopods is covered in this mucus and actually uses like spikes that are like bones as weapons.
Okay.
And like one of the first area you start the game in, the settlement that's in the area is covered in wind chimes. There's like a shit ton of wind chimes. And it's because the apex predator of the area uses the glass that the wind chimes are also made from as weapons. And it rings like a wind chime when the monster uses its glass. And so it informs the player and the world of how this settlement and their culture has used these wind chimes to make monsters that happen to be near the area think the apex predator is nearby to scare them away. And there's like really cool bits of world building like that. And, you know, like there's just loads of little... Monster Hunter's always been pretty good at like using relatively real life ecology and like things that would make sense in real life if these monsters were kind of transplanted in our setting in the game. But I feel like the actual elevated story adds to the world building to make you actually care more about playing the game. And yeah, like I definitely would say it's not my game of the year anymore, but it's definitely like up there. Like I would still recommend anyone who's never played a Monster Hunter game to play it. You know?
Yeah.
World still gets played enough that you could probably play online decently well, like with randos. Wilds, though, you know, is the current game, so people are actively still playing it if you wanted to play online. And like it's really good. Like the game's beautiful if you care that much about graphics. The combat I think has been made really better. Because one of the things they added, so for weapons that can block, you can do perfect guarding, which usually mitigates most of the damage of an attack. If you do a lot of perfect guards against monsters, there's like an invisible gauge, and once you meet the gauge, the next perfect guard you do will involve a clash with the monster. So like, say you've got your sword and shield, you're like pushing up against the monster as it charges against you. And if you mash the attack button, your character will like start stabbing the monster in the face repeatedly.
Okay.
And when you win the clash, the monster actually like pulls back and is wounded. And to me, it adds a level of like interactability with the monster. Because I think part of my problem with the Monster Hunter games is that the monsters do stuff, and you're doing stuff, but they're not necessarily connected, if you get what I mean.
Yeah.
Like it... And I think that's fine, because, you know, Dark Souls does it as well. There's barely ever, if any, unique interactions with enemies in Dark Souls that you, the player, are actively involved in doing. But it's stuff like that where, again, you can, like, clash with these monsters, you know. A really viral clip a while ago happened where this player was stunned and they were about to die. And someone, like, lunged in perfect blocked at the exact moment and actually caused a clash to happen, which let the player who was stunned and about to die recover and run away and heal. And, the fact that you can have cool hero moments like that works.
Yeah.
You've kind of always been able to, have... So, for blunt weapons, if you hit an enemy repeatedly in the face, the monsters will actually recoil and get stunned. And that's kind of like, you can do that as, a hero moment. And, that's the level of interaction the player and the monster have in a unique way. And I like that. But I really like how in Wild it really feels like you are truly interacting with the monster. Because another thing you can do is you can cause wounds to appear in the monster. And if you do a special attack, you can break the wounds off the monster, which then leaves them more vulnerable. And that can also be a way to stun the monster and make them recoil. And the game really feels a lot more, again, interactive with the player. And again, it's why I would recommend people played it, Wilds.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd recommend people play any Monster Hunter game if they want to. It's just that Wilds feels like the right level of accessible, and also really good for a casual player who has played other video games and doesn't really have a built-in idea, I guess you could say, of a Monster Hunter game.
Okay. I'm glad you enjoyed it enough that you could talk about it to this extent.
Also, the game really has gone out of the way to make everyone look attractive in Wilds. It's really funny. There's a potentially non-binary character in the game as well.
All right.
Or queer character, because the voice actor in English is, I believe, a non-binary person. And I believe the Japanese, the person who plays the same character in Japanese is a woman. And the character in question has a very androgynous look.
Interesting.
And they've also added a vaguely autistic character. Just short of him saying, yes, I am neurodivergent, he basically says that he is neurodivergent. Which I think is really cool.
Yeah. But we should probably move on to our next game, which is The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Remastered. I'm going to say something that might be sacrilege, whatever, I don't know. I don't necessarily know why this was made, other than money.
I mean, it was made only for money, and because they couldn't release Skyrim again.
That's fair. I'm glad that this got released over just doing more Skyrim, but at the same
needed
time,
something out because there's no news for Elder Scrolls 6.
If I can be charitable, I think part of it also helps that the people who for the people who got their introduction to Elder Scrolls via Oblivion, it's still a very positively spoken about game.
Yeah, I know, because I'm one of those people. I love Oblivion. It's one of my favorite games to play.
Skyrim, I'm sorry.
And I think
at the same time,
here's the thing.
If I want to play Oblivion, I'll just play Oblivion. I don't need to play a remaster that is so...
Here's the thing.
So
this year in March, I replayed Oblivion. And I loved it. And I remember talking to friends how much better than Skyrim I think Oblivion is.
Yeah.
And then they announced the Oblivion remaster, and at first I didn't want to buy it because I had just played Oblivion.
Yeah.
But then I kind of thought, well, I think I saw someone else play it, and I was like, it looks fun, and you like Oblivion. So I got it and played through the whole thing, including Shivering Isles and everything. So I just did the thing I did in March, again 2 months later.
Yeah.
Because Oblivion is just good. It's just a good that type of game. It's a type of game you burn out on. Like, you can't play these forever. At some point, it's just too much. But
At some point, you are just wandering around looking for stuff to do.
yeah. But I legitimately always was in the camp that Oblivion was better than Skyrim, and if someone hadn't played Oblivion and said they liked Skyrim, I would now tell them, well, get the Oblivion remaster. If you want to play Oblivion, that is the version to play in 2025. But also, if you already own any version of Oblivion, the only reason to get that is because you want the shiny Unreal Engine graphics, because it is the same game.
It is
like,
the exact
leveling is
same
a
game.
bit-
Yeah.
Like, the level system is a bit different. You can get higher levels because you get more points for non-mainline skills, but it is the same game.
But don't you want to look at Sean Bean or Sean Bourne in glorious Unreal Engine?
I mean,
Martin does not look pretty in this game. Neither does his dad.
No.
So I would make the argument that I don't think Oblivion characters in the original look good.
They look
Yeah,
even
but
worse.
there was an excuse there. There was an
I
excuse.
mean, have you considered
because
that?
when Oblivion came out, it was like kind of like the Crisis. It was the game no machine could run.
I'll be honest. As someone who works in customer service, I would argue there are enough people I've seen that could be relatively transplanted into Oblivion with little problem.
But
Like,
yeah,
maybe not adoring fan levels of horrific.
But yeah, I've played Oblivion so many times now, and I made sure to finish the story for this stream, and there's just nothing different about it. And the issue, it took me so long to play this, to complete the story for this game, because it just kept crashing.
God.
Because
See, I didn't have a single
graphically
issue.
intensive.
Like, I didn't have a single issue playing. I had like maybe one crash in 70 hours of playtime. And I don't know, I mean, this is true for all Elder Scrolls games. You don't play these for the main quest. Like, you play these, especially Oblivion, because the guild quests are good and because the side stuff is good. And then all that is like, again, as I said, if someone were to come to Oblivion now, I would say get the remaster. It's the
That's
version
fair,
to play.
but
If someone had already played Oblivion, that is definitely their choice to make, if they want to spend that money or not. I don't regret spending it. Like, I enjoyed my time with it. I'll probably play it again at some point because I love Oblivion, but also it's just Oblivion, nothing else.
As somebody who owns the Game of the Year edition for the original, I'm not going to buy. I've only been playing the remaster through Game Pass. I'm not going to buy the remaster because I just don't see the point in it.
Yeah, no, that makes absolute sense.
Like, I appreciate it existing. I like the graphics, and I'll probably still play it from time to time just to get those graphics because I do like how it looks.
Yeah.
I think it looks really, really good. But at the same time, yeah, I just
No, you're absolutely right. This only exists to like. I'm firmly convinced this exists because they didn't have anything to say about Elder Scrolls 6. And
Yeah.
they were like, we gotta get something out.
it's to distract people from asking about it. Yeah.
And honestly, if this works, we can probably do it with Fallout 2 because we don't know anything about the next Fallout either. I would be surprised if we don't get Fallout 3 remastered at some point in the next few years.
Where's the Morrowind remaster?
No
I
one's
don't
asking
think
for a
they
Morrowind
can
remaster.
because Morrowind is too... Like, Oblivion was when Elder Scrolls games became mass accessible. Morrowind is too weird.
That, and I feel like I wouldn't be shocked if it turns out they've lost the source code. Like, it happens.
The people who love Morrowind really love Morrowind, but there's a lot fewer people who love Morrowind than people who love Oblivion.
We were speaking about the Ivalice Chronicles. I believe they actually lost the source code for Final Fantasy Tactics. If I recall correctly, they actually stated it was because of fan preservation.
Yeah, I remember that too. And that happened.
Video preservation is important, kids.
that happened a lot of Square Enix. I think maybe Final Fantasy VIII. I don't know. One of the 90s Final Fantasies, they ported to PC and they basically had to remake the whole game because they didn't have code.
Anyway, last thing about the Oblivion remaster. I did console command kill Mehrunes Dagon. He didn't melt like he did in the original. This time he just flew off into space.
010 unplayable.
And when I finished the main quest line, obviously you get talked to by Chancellor Akato, who asks what's happening. After that conversation finished, Joffrey and Boris got in a fight that I could not stop any way that I could
Dagon's
find.
gone, let's kill each other.
Well, they need to find a new emperor.
They just kept attacking each other. And I think, that's the spirit of the original, and I will respect the game for that.
I will say, I do think it's really funny that they didn't update any of the voice acting. So they
have like 3 new voice actors, but they kept all the bad ones.
Yeah.
Including the one who was like line.
Yeah, that's what I meant. They didn't fix the blooper.
Yeah.
They didn't fix that.
Again, to a certain extent, I respect the commitment to keeping the warts of the original game, but at the same time,
I think this was proof of concept for trying A, if it sells, and B, if they can do it at all, because again, I presume we're gonna get the same thing with like Fallout 3, maybe Fallout 4 and Skyrim, if it takes long enough to get Elder Scrolls 6 out the door.
Anyway, we should move on to another big franchise with Pokemon Legends ZA.
I don't have good Pokemon opinions because I barely played any. I like this one. It's a Pokemon game.
This has been the first time I've I like Pokemon. Let's get out of the way.
I mean, real quick, my history with Pokemon
I'm Kaido and I like Pokemon.
Real quick, my history with Pokemon is I played Generation 1, Red and Blue, both on my Grey Brick Game Boy when they first came out.
Okay.
The next one I played was Sun and Moon.
Jeez.
Jesus Christ.
And I didn't touch anything Pokemon in the time in between, and I still again, I don't know anything about Pokemon. I'm the most casual Pokemon fan you know.
So this has been the first time since the Black and White games I've truly fell in love with a Pokemon game.
Cool.
That's good.
I really like this game. I really like that it really feels like they've made efforts to try and tell something akin to a more a story that isn't just necessarily purely applicable for kids.
Yeah.
It's still Pokemon.
Yeah, I do agree.
They need it to sell to a bunch of people, but there's topics and things they broach that the previous games have only ever really briefly mentioned. There's still things that they only briefly mention, and things, it's not necessarily.
I mean, they are still Pokemon. It's.
But there's stuff like. I feel like lately they've been a lot more willing to tackle death as a concept, for one. They mention even interpersonal office politicking.
Yeah.
Within the government of the city the game's based in.
Yeah.
And these are things that they've done in the past, but they've never really as openly as they have insofar as what they've done in the game. But they've never really done it to this extent, and it's really fascinating. I think the characters, for the most part, are all really likable. I
think some of them are a bit underdeveloped, but that happens if you have a big cast. So
there's a plot where you have to find a trainer that you need to beat to progress the game, and the only way you can, the only way to progress is you have to ask your friend, because he follows her via her live streams. And he very much is no, I'm not a simp. I just have a very healthy respect towards her and maintain a healthy amount of distance. He actually outright says that he isn't parasocial.
Yeah, that was a fun one. Yeah.
Like,
and also
is
like,
that...
and it's not one of the like, it's not like finger wagging or anything. It's like embedded into this very fun dialogue of, I don't really want to tell you because then you're gonna defeat her and I don't want to see her beaten. And
Yeah, like there's a whole bit where one of the characters
I would say they really like that model. Like, she appears like 5 times in battles or something.
I mean, she's kind of the resident attractive girl.
Yeah,
of the game,
yeah.
So, but yeah, like there's a whole bit where one of your friends falls in with the Yakuza, and he or she,
As you do.
because it's a gender. The gender of the character in question is dependent on your gender, but they get into like a really big loan, and you have to do jobs for the Yakuza to pay off the debt.
But I mean, it's the Pokemon Yakuza, so you're not really doing anything bad. But it's fun.
It's like if Kiryu was a poison type user and also was a lot more like sarcastic and grumpy.
I will say my one criticism, or not my one criticism, but one of my criticisms, and this one is relative. Like, this is not necessarily really bad, but in the first Pokemon Legends Arceus, they introduced this idea of basically this is not about battling. Like, yes, Pokemon battle, that's what they do, but that's not what this game is about. And I thought that was going to be the thing for the Legends branding, but this one comes out and it's just a Pokemon game. Like, you have an arena type thing. The first thing that happens is, here's your competition. And I'm not going to say I disliked that, but I was a bit bummed out when it happened. I was like, oh, okay, this is just one. Like, this could as well have been a mainline game if it had an unfulfillable dex unless you trade with someone kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think
like, this is less different from mainline Pokemon than the last Legends was to me.
I think and that's kind of why I think that's completely fair, because, you know, it's reasonable to expect that at least some of the things introduced in Legends Arceus would be a through line through the next Legends game, which, you know, became ZA, however you want to say it. And I think that's completely fair. Because to be fair, it's really weird because the general way you actually progress to get to the next boss fights is very like secondary. Yeah. Like, the actual in between boss fights is secondary. It's only once you unlock it's only really when you unlock the requirements to get to the boss fight that then the plot is like, yeah, now we're back in, now we're building up this boss fight that you're about to have. You know, now we've got to save your friend from the Yakuza debt. Now you've got to find this streamer. You know, there's definitely ways the pacing could have been different. I will say, though, I like that since the last several games, I'd say since around Sun and Moon, anyway, they've really gone out of the way to, like, really punch up their character writing.
Yes, certainly.
You know, sure, it's still a kid's game, sure, you can still mash through A, but I feel like, especially in Legends ZA, they've really gone out of the way to, like, make a lot of really clever, witty dialogue. And even though, because it's a Pokemon game, you either pick yes, or you pick yes, but it's funny.
Yes.
The game still feels really nicely written for a Pokemon game. Like, if I was to give the story rating a grade from, like, 1 to 10, I'd say the story itself generally is like a 7, 8 when it really hits the highs. And I think that's completely fine. And I feel like that's kind of been the quality that we've been getting with Pokemon writing, at least, since around Sun and Moon as well.
Yeah, I think I agree.
And
Also, I will say, before I got the game, I was kind of worried about the setting because I thought the city would get boring, and it didn't. Like, I was completely fine with just having the city. Like that actually worked to their advantage because, as someone who didn't really have technical issues with the last two games, this one ran super smooth. I didn't have anything.
I think the choice.
I also played on Switch too, but yeah.
Same. I think the choice of using a city that, to be fair, I feel like it was intended to be a hub. The anime especially made it out to be like a hub because they.
Yeah, I haven't played the XY, I think.
I don't recommend.
The thing what I want to say is I didn't have any prior relation to this. I wasn't like, oh yeah, this is the place. It's like, to me this was completely a new setting.
Yeah, because in the anime it's a hub of sorts because they actually go back to it semi-frequently because it is basically the center of the region. Like multiple places pass through it. And to be fair, that still happens in the actual X and Y games. It's just that doesn't really happen in the actual games. You only really need to go through it like 2-3 times, I think. Which is fine. Again, I don't mind. But I really like that they expanded on the capital city of the setting in a previous game. And they really went out of the way to like build on concepts that the original game X and Y very much did not bother with.
I also just think it really worked for them the way they incorporated wild Pokemon into the city, because that meant they could still kind of direct you to where you're supposed to be.
Yeah.
And that really worked with getting to know the city. Like I would be lying if I said I ever got to the point where I was with like I don't know, something like Oblivion, where I literally know where everything is in every city, but I also never really got lost. I always was I felt pretty comfortable moving around the city.
I think the thing is with Pokemon, because of how the side quests appear as you progress through the game, you kind of like, even if you don't necessarily develop a mental map, you're at least passing by areas that will unlock fast travel. You're probably passing by most of the cafes.
Exactly.
You'll probably visit most of the wild areas to just see what Pokemon are in, even if one of them might have an area of Pokemon that you don't care about. And I feel like the story does a good enough job of taking you across most of the areas. So, I'd argue if you were to cut out parts of the map, the game would be genuinely missing stuff.
Yeah, no, I agree. As I said, I felt really comfortable moving through the city. Even like, I think for this one, the verticality worked really well.
I agree.
That was just really well done. Even with the, like, it was incorporated kind of into the story. It was like, we are the scaffolding building group, whatever. No, I genuinely thought that was fun. Like, and it really worked for me as a traversal thing of like, okay, you can basically always go up and look around and discover something else.
Yeah, and like, I think the game really played to the strengths it had. Could there be ways the game could have flowed better? Yeah.
Oh, welcome back again.
Hello again, but I don't think that's necessarily bad. You're actually just in time for Musume to be talked about soon.
Yeah. I think it was to me it felt like they really had focused their development. They went like, okay, we want to do this. We want to do a game in a city. Excuse me. And they did that, and I think they did it really well.
Honestly, I think that's the key for Pokemon, because like, that was true with Legends Arceus too, right? Like, they came in with a specific focus and said, we're gonna just do this. And like, that made Arceus so special. And I think that worked. And like, I played the other, like, the mainline DLCs for Sword and Shield and Scarlet Violet, and like, the DLCs for those were actually pretty good because they like really dialed in what they were trying to do and didn't try to do so much.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm the wrong person to say this because of my very spotty history with the franchise.
No, fair.
But
I mean,
think
everyone's had a spotty history.
I think it works better when the worlds are smaller. Like,
Yeah.
because like even if I go back to like maybe not Gen 1 because those are like but just the more linear ones, when they can direct you where they want you to be and it's not just all open and free, then they can, like, it's easier to curve the game in levels and what kind of Pokemon you're supposed to have and stuff. So yeah, I really enjoyed this one for what it was and also just as a game in general.
Good. Alright, let's move on then to Power Wash Simulator.
So who put this on here? Because I'm so curious.
Quintessential job game.
I did. I've been playing it this year. Played it on stream a few times, like 2 or 3 times, I think.
How far in have you gotten?
I'm about a quarter of the way through the career.
Okay. Have you gotten hints of the story yet?
I've gotten hints of the cat.
I mean, yes, but there.
I have
actually
bits and
a story.
pieces of the story. Something about the mayor or something, but that's about it.
Okay. We won't spoil it then.
Okay, fair enough. Like,
But, like,
it's fun seeing the text messages and stuff, but yeah.
Yeah. That's kind of the thing with Power Wash Simulator. It's kind of the quintessential job game because, as I said much earlier, damn, we've been at it for a while. It's late.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We're almost done.
we've got 4 left.
It's the kind of game. It's a kind of a no stakes game. Like, you can't really fail a level. The worst that can happen is that you don't really want to finish, and then you can probably just move on to the next one.
Right.
So as
Yeah.
a game, it's the perfect podcast game. It's like you play it and you turn on a podcast or a video essay or something that
Or an
goes for 4
audiobook.
hours.
Yeah.
Or this very stream, something that goes for 4 to 5
Exactly.
hours, and you just play until you're done.
Yeah.
But also it does pretty fun things later on. But obviously we're not going to spoil them for Jack.
Oh, thank you. But
I
yeah,
will say, like,
it's-
the DLC, like, we joked about it earlier, but, like, it is kind of fun to just clean the giant scorpion mech before Cloud and Barret destroy
Yeah.
it, right? Like,
I think there's also a Shrek DLC in either this one or the sequel.
there's a SpongeBob DLC.
God.
I mean,
in the
fucking
original.
fucking House Flipper has a Scooby-Doo DLC for the sequel.
But, like,
All these crossovers just are delightful to me.
And I think
Well-
it kind of started with Power Wash Sim. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's a good one of these. Like, it just is a good one. Because, like, it is fun to just turn it on and just go to town.
and it's not like farming simulator or truck sim where you have to actually, like, it's not actually a simulator game.
Where you have to know
So-
what you're doing to actually
Yeah.
enjoy it.
It's the game where you just kind of go to right mouse click so it fires automatically and you just kind of move the mouse while your brain kind of gets to relax.
Mm-hmm.
Right, like,
Yeah.
it's not a spreadsheet game the way, like, Mill, you and I play the sports games. Like the sports management games. Like, that's not what we're doing here. And it's so fun.
the DLC includes Tomb Raider, Final Fantasy VII, SpongeBob, Back to the Future, Shrek, Warhammer,
Yeah, that makes sense.
and a few seasonal things. Oh, and
Yeah.
Wallace and Gromit.
Also, don't forget the Muckingham files.
Yes, I saw those.
Well, I
Didn't
think
know what
I've
those
only
are.
played the Final Fantasy stuff. I don't know.
Most of
Maybe
these are
that's in future
free,
stuff.
too.
Yep.
Yeah. That's the other good thing. It's like, they know what they're about. They know what they're about.
I honestly
Yeah.
was kind of surprised when they announced like Washing Simulator 2 because I
Same.
thought they were like I'm kind of curious if and how it differs from the
So-
one we already have.
I mean, between updated graphics,
I mean, obviously.
they do like you have more guns. Like, you have more
Okay.
spray guns that have different pros and cons to them. They do have like a bit more like.
But
the
you see,
second-
that sounds like I have to think about things more than I want to when I play Power Wash Sim.
you can still get away with just using the main gun. It's just more like, do you want to engage with this? Great. If not, nah.
You know what I think
No
would be
thoughts, head
really
empty,
great?
only power wash.
You know what would be a really great DLC, and would be the thing that might make me get it?
What?
Wuthering Waves.
Asmongold DLC.
Oh no, no.
No, that-
No,
No, because that means he gets money.
No, like do it in spite of him. Like, don't actually pay him. Like, just do it to fuck. Like, you know, like do
I
it
don't think
regardless
that's
of whether he
legal.
like. Fair. We don't want his roach lawyers to.
Exactly. Yeah, no,
like-
I agree.
My one complaint about this game is that sometimes you have to be really, really fucking granular to get all the spot details on some of these.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can at least let it show you which parts aren't clean.
Yeah, no, the highlight the unclean parts is a very handy feature.
Thankfully,
I
two
will
keeps
say
that.
my least favorite bit when I played it was the level where you have to clean the mayor's house. And,
Oh my god. Doing it
I
from
haven't
the
gotten
arm
there
was a
yet.
nightmare.
I hadn't bought the extension, but you need like it's the tutorial for the extension, and so I was like,
Ooh.
how am I supposed to do this? What the fuck?
Oop.
Anyway, I think we should move on to our next game, which is Slay the Princess.
This game is fascinating.
I still find it
Good
extremely
job.
funny that you unlocked the route you did the moment when I joined the call on a whim.
Yeah.
What was the what route?
It was
Uh,
Tower
the
into
tower.
Yeah, Tower into
Oh.
Fury, wasn't it?
Yeah, Tower into Fury. And after you left, we locked the Witch into the Thorn, which we haven't played that route yet, but that we're saving that for next. But that's apparently going to be our last run before the end game. But yeah, this is a really interesting one. It's kind of like a visual novel roguelike almost.
So what you're saying is it's like 999 again.
Kinda. There's only like a few characters though. There's the princess and all her iterations. There's the protagonist, all the voices inside his head, and there's the narrator. And that's it. It's a very minimalist cast. And yeah, no, the story is really interesting.
Shut the fuck up, kid.
What?
Check the stream chat.
I'm not-
Sorry, I couldn't.
No, it's really funny.
God damn it. God damn it, Ken.
So for those who can't see our stream chat, Gen posted, person who's only played 999, getting some real 999 vibes for real from this.
It was right there.
Listen, if all you have is a camera.
Oh.
Yeah, no, this one's fun. There's some horror shit in this game.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I
Like-
have found like this Kingdom and Loathering, or whatever it's called. Like, there's been a real run of these types of visual novels, and I'm really here for it.
Yeah, no, I would honestly 100% recommend it. This game, as long as you're not like too squeamish, because there's some pretty brutal violence in this one. Like, not gonna lie.
The princess biting her own hand off to escape the manacles is violent.
Yeah, no, that's completely normal. What are you talking
Yeah.
about?
That reminds me actually of a story. So I was in the Discord server of a voice actor for a while, and someone asked him what was the weirdest bit of direction he had, and he explained how he had to voice act him biting his own wrist off.
Ooh.
And you know me, I was like, oh, that must have left you rather disarmed.
God damn you.
Damn it.
He actually said what he specifically replied to my message and said, "What the fuck?"
But yeah, this one is a very interesting game. I won't spoil the details on it, but like basically, like
I mean, hey, fucking watch us playing it. We
have three streams. Yeah, and the fourth one will be the last. Though this game does lend itself to replayability because of its route structure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I'd recommend you should try after this? Monster Hunter Wilds.
Maybe eventually.
Yeah,
I have so much on my backlog already.
It's definitely a very interesting game. Though to a certain extent, you also have to fuck with a lot of philosophical shit.
Oh yeah, and that's what I'm getting into.
Philosophical shit in the way Braid was.
Braid was just up its own ass.
Yeah, the guy who made it was also up someone else's ass.
Yeah, his own.
I mean, he was also a bad person, but like, no, I've heard only good things about this, and also someone cut the endings to these games, to this one, to the like Penelope solo in the final song from Epic.
Oh,
and I'm like,
course.
I hate everyone. I hate all of you. God damn it.
Now you have to play this again.
Now I do.
Alright, I think we should move on to our penultimate game, which is Musume Pretty Derby.
Musume on a marvelous Sunday like today as well.
I hate that gacha games have gameplay now.
Also, Kaido is Monday for us now.
Yeah, it's 1 a.m. My alarm goes off in 4 hours.
It's no longer a marvelous Sunday. So marvelous Sunday is actually Musume.
Yes.
Well, she's dead. To the glue factory, it is.
I think she's actually. I think the horse is actually dead in real life.
I mean,
I think most of them are.
I hope you're happy with that.
See, that's the thing. Like when I downloaded this game, I thought, hey, we're all gonna make glue factory jokes, but everyone just wants to fuck the horses.
I mean, I will say some of them have no business looking as attractive as they do.
Yeah, Super Creek.
Gentle Donna, Mejiro Ramonu, Norita Bryan, Biwa Hayahi. I mean, I could go on.
Genuine question, like, it's all bits, and I'm happy doing all bits, but genuine question, since these are all real racehorses, is that a thing in Japan to give them names like that, or
yes,
like
these are real names.
Worldwide, like racehorses all over the fucking world have weird names.
Is that like, do they get like, I don't know, is there like a lottery for a stupid name they get, or what the fuck?
No,
so racehorses cannot have the same name as another previous racehorse.
Yes,
so they have to get really fucking creative.
And they come from their lights and usually like reference their bloodline.
And then there's
potatoes. Yeah, I was just looking at potatoes. Yeah, there's a horse called Potatoes, but the person who heard the name suggestion thought as in using the letter O 8 times.
And that is the name of the horse.
Well,
so it looks like it just said Putu. It's like really long.
Okay. And then, like, the most famous racehorse in American history, the three most famous horses in history are Secretariat, Seabiscuit, and American Pharaoh. And so, like, those are the names of horses you get here. And then you have the nightmare horses like Okuricap, Midnight Cafe, Simbali Rudolph.
Yeah. You know, I that was a legitimate question.
Yeah, it's fine.
I also wasn't really kidding when I said I hate that gacha games have gameplay now.
No, that's fair too.
I absolutely bounced off this game because actually playing it took more time than I was willing to invest.
So if you are willing to sit through all of the dialogue of a story mode, that can take even like an hour.
I skipped that shit and it takes too long still.
So like I don't blame people, especially if you've had like a shit run and you like just power through it so you can get your dailies done. Like I don't blame people for bouncing off it. Like I've been playing it as long as I have, which is to say, how many hours have I put in? 250 hours.
Jesus.
And I've been playing since... When did I start playing this game? It's been like a while.
I think most of you have been pretty much in since release, more or less.
Yeah, like I think like I missed the first two banners, which was like a week and change from launch. But like, I genuinely like it. I like the media franchise it has become. I mean, that it always was, but like...
I wish I could watch the anime, but we don't get the first season here, and I'm not going to jump in at the second, even if they aren't really consecutive. That's not
Just
how
watch Cinderella Grey, you should be fine. It's not the same, it's not really directly connected.
I mean, that's kind of the good thing about Musume as well, because they've made an effort to make it into a media franchise. You can pick any reason to get into it. There's actually a spin-off anime called Umayuru, which you can watch on YouTube via the official Japanese Musume YouTube account. And the captions actually have translated text.
Yeah.
And like that's a genuinely they've got Chinese, English, Korean, and Japanese captions for it.
I think honestly, in a way, I think to me the whole media, like the whole meta thing of how it manages its own status as a media franchise is almost more interesting than the individual pieces of media themselves. Like I bounced off the game. I haven't really watched the anime, and I'm not super inclined. Like it looks interesting enough, but also it's just not something I necessarily vibe with. But just the whole we are marketing our literal horses, that is so interesting to me.
I mean, I think that's part of the appeal. Is what I like.
Yeah, absolutely.
The absurdity of it all to begin with. You know,
of course. I mean, my first reference point, the first time I heard of the anime and didn't yet know that they were literal, real racehorses being marketed.
You know,
my first comparison point was like Girls on Panzer or something, where it's just like, this is insane.
I was going to say, because I feel like a lesser series would have turned this into an isekai instead.
Yeah.
I mean, it kind of is.
I mean...
Not really.
But what I mean
it's an alternate world.
What I mean is, though, is that, like, the player character could have...
Aren't the horses themselves the isekai?
I mean, they're not traps. They're all living the best lives. But, like, you know, I think, you know, when you tell people the premise that it is real-life horses that have been turned into horse girls that run on a horse racing track...
Everyone thinks it's about fucking the horses.
And then, you know, they do a idol concert after winning, which I would be covered in sweat. I would not be wanting to...
Sounds really uncomfortable.
I would not want to belt out a song in stage lighting.
No.
But
I'm really glad that Cinderella Grey has just more or less completely glossed over the idol aspect.
See,
outside of one joke.
I find it really funny that they have, just because, like, I love the idea that it's only after, like, a lot of them retired that they start that people like we should make them do singing. Like just but
so that is based off of the Winners Parade.
Yeah, I know. But like I do love though that, you know, there's so much kind of media for it, you know, you can play the mobile game. I have a friend who actually played the mobile game, quit, but still really is into the series. He just doesn't play the game anymore. You know, there's like movies of it that are all really good. And you know,
yeah, like, I mean, it's vindicated by success, right? Like it works.
Also, I believe around the first month of launch, global, North America made up 66% of the global earnings.
God damn,
that is insane.
And it's real popular here.
And you know that's the thing though. Like, you know, I'm really glad that it's succeeded because the game could have just never come out. the game could have been vaporware. And, you know, like, that's something to be really appreciative of. If only just as, like, someone who appreciates art.
I mean, I think you're appreciating a lot more than just art, Kaido, but that's another thing.
I genuinely do like the characters. Like, I actually think the story is extremely compelling most of the time with the characters. Like, and I think, because it's one of them, it's like with Pokemon. When you think of Pokemon, you have to understand that even the most mediocre, crappy Pokemon is someone's favorite. And, like, it's the same with Musume. You know, that character...
Who gives a shit about gameplay? That's my comfort character.
Yeah, like...
Yeah.
I mean, I got really mad because I spent over 100 pulls getting a character and didn't get her.
Saiyan Sky?
No, it was Fuji Kiseki.
Oh, that was it.
Yeah, I put, like... Because the game's pity is at 200 pulls.
And they don't carry over.
No.
That's still better than FGO.
But yeah, like, you know, it's crazy to think that even an Musume you might have you might not care about. Maybe you see like that in 2 years' time, X-Horse Girl comes out. You might look at them and think, well, this character looks really meh. Why would I pull for them? Then maybe you get them like after the banner's already over, and then you do the story and turns out, oh, they're actually really, really well written and really cool and likable. And then you might have to deal with the fact that that horse girl who's now suddenly become your favorite has no fucking merch.
And then there's characters like Ogre Cap and Goldship who are just fucking everywhere.
Yeah,
Goldship is still alive.
Yeah, Goldship's like the only horse that... Oh no, Daiwa Scarlet are the only two horse girls from the launch of Uma Musume that are still alive as of today.
Yeah.
And you know, there's something to be said that like it's nice that these horses who've died kind of have a way to continue a legacy and being able to live.
Also, they have full buy-in from like the owners of the horse, like the horse owners and their stables and all of that.
That's why there's no porn of them.
It's really funny that like Uma Musume could have potentially like been in a really bad position, because I think in 2016 the Sai Games did like a promotional video for Uma Musume as a franchise, and it had Simboli Rudolph and Ogre Cap doing like an ice, like dancing on ice. And the video ends with them about to genuinely kiss, like lip to lip. And I believe, I don't know how true it is, but I believe the owners of the horses who gave the rights were so angry that the video got taken down and like removed. And they weren't allowed to do anything as overt as that ever again.
Damn, so you can't have the gay horse girls kissing.
Well,
Very unfortunate.
It's really funny though, because like it's effectively a crack ship. The horses never race against each
horses,
other.
it's all crack ships.
But I mean, the only ones that were that like is actually a thing is like Daiwa Scarlet and Vodka, who had a rivalry.
Yeah, like
or Super Creek and Oguri Cap, who had a rivalry. Like there are some horses that just have actual rivalries because they were alive and running the same races at the time. TM Opera and what's her face?
Meisho Delto.
Yes. Like
I mean,
those are characters who have actual rivalries, and their characters get a lot of ship.
It's still really funny that because of how some of the names are abbreviated, there is a genuine Uma Musume ship called NTR AV.
Oh no.
Because there's the Uma Musume Narita Top Road, who's NTR, and you've also got Admire Vega, who gets shortened to Ayabe because of how the Japanese pronounce the name.
Yeah.
And then, you know, they'll shorten it to A from Ayabe and then Vega to make AV. But yeah, like I could keep going on about it. I like.
I've been enjoying like the things. It does get stale after a while, so like I'm actually really excited for like the new career modes. But like my main caveats are like the what's it called? The pity system is really frustrating.
You know what's really bad though? From what I've heard, it's actually better than the other Psy games.
That doesn't surprise me, and also horrifies me.
I think
I remember playing what was it, Princess Connect Redye when it was available in English, and yeah, that pay system was dog shit.
But yeah, like I think, you know, I really like the story. I like the characters. I'm looking at my Musume shirt that I bought, like an official shirt.
Nice.
Like, you know, I have problems with it as well. I also agree that the game can be very stale. It's why I actually went through some of the career modes and sat through the stories again, just to remind myself of how well written the characters are and how funny some of the writing can be. You know,
and like the game does a really good job of being honest to like, hey, Tokei Teo had a really bad injury and like came back from it, and like they really try to lean into that.
Yeah, like they actually relatively faithfully depict the horse's stories in real life in the game, and in a way where it's like a very like, you know, for Tokei Teo, who I think develops 4 fractures.
Yeah.
Like, it's a big part of a character arc in season 2.
It is crazy that a horse survived 4 fractures.
And like, meanwhile, you have Silent Suzuka, who couldn't race again after getting a horse leg injury.
Well, it's really funny, because there's a horse known as Tanino Gimlet. He is called the God of Destruction in real life. And he is known for being probably the only racehorse that has survived regularly kicking fences. To the point where part of the real-life merch you can get of the horse is the shards of fences that the horse has broken from its kick. And the Uma Musume character that they're named after, she loves causing physical and like destruction and carnage. And stuff like that's just really funny. Like, it's really funny seeing how they can write a character around this really like weird thing that this horse does.
I mean, like Gold Ship, right? Like, we joke about how Gold Ship's a nightmare, but like that horse was just nuts. and
yet his real life dad was even worse.
Yeah,
Absolute
and then
menace.
you have
in context, Gold Ship is actually a massive horse. His real life dad is like one of the smallest recorded racehorses in history.
Yeah, Stay Gold.
He's short man syndrome, the horse.
Amazing.
And then you have Twin Turbo, who is canonically afraid of other horses, and that's why they run like that in game.
Right, I think we should probably move on to our final game, and bring this nearly 4.5 hour stream to an end.
We are yappers, Bill. We do this.
So I'm gonna dip. It's getting late for me, and
That is fair.
I also haven't played Wolfenstein, so I have nothing to offer to the conversation.
Fair.
Beyond it being great that you shoot Nazis.
I mean, I'm pro dead Nazi.
Excellent.
I'd like to think my D&D campaign's pretty like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yes, thank you for having me. It was fun talking to you all.
All right. See you, Kato.
See you later, guys.
So yeah.
Hey.
Yes, our final game is Wolfenstein: The New Order. We played this on stream because for some reason we were in a mood to kill Nazis. I couldn't possibly tell you why.
Yeah. Funny that.
Just just a feeling that came completely out of nowhere. It's a fun game, you know. It's a first-person shooter. It's not realistic in the way that Call of Duty is meant to be, which I think improves it to a certain extent. You know, there's a bunch of crazy bullshit that goes on.
It's more the Doom end of the scale, right?
It's more on the Doom end of the scale, but not. It's more. It's sort of in the middle. It's in the middle because Doom is obviously full sci-fi, and you get full sci-fi weapons from that. But
this is also pretty sci-fi, but it's like more grounded sci-fi than Doom.
Well, it's you know, it's alternate future or history, whatever, where, you know, the Nazis win because they've got some mad inventor on their side.
This is basically like a remake, kind of the original Wolfenstein games, and the original Wolfenstein games were the basically the trope namer for stupid jetpack Hitler, to give you an idea of how the premise goes.
Like, there's technology that shouldn't be around in that time period, but, like, at least some of it also, like, isn't really sci-fi-ish. It's just before its time, sort of thing. At the same time, there is also, you know, giant mechs that shoot lasers, so, you know.
Yeah.
And you also have a laser gun.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a good game. This is the second time I've finished it now. It's fun. We will get to the sequels at some point. And I do want to play them. But yeah.
We're just gonna have to be careful because some of the sex scenes were pretty close to being very explicit.
There was one that was bad. There was only one.
There were 2 or 3 sex scenes in the game that we stumbled across.
I don't think there was 2 or 3. There was one in particular that was like really explicitly they are having sex. Thankfully, BJ kept his pants on for the most part.
DJ kept his pants on for it? What?
Yeah.
Doesn't have time. Has to get back to shooting Nazis.
Yeah.
Honestly, good for him.
Yeah. I also appreciate this game because so there's sort of slightly divergent routes based on who you save in the first mission.
Oh yes, I do remember this.
And if you save the like young American private, you get a guy who is very much implied to be who is that?
Jimi Hendrix.
Jimi Hendrix, and like he dies when the Nazis invade their like safe house, but he does it fucking killing them while playing Star Spangled Banner, I think it is, or something like that on, you know, a fucking electric guitar. It's great.
That's the route we didn't play in this game, in this playthrough, though.
Yeah, I like Fergus too much. I like the Angry Scotsman too much, okay?
No, that's fair.
But yes, it's a good game. I recommend it. Can't necessarily say about the sequels yet, but they're probably just as good.
The new Colossus is also very good. I haven't played the other ones.
Cool.
New Colossus is the second one, I think, in the series, yeah.
But yes, that is everything for tonight. 4.5 hours.
Whoa! Well, it's only 1 a.m. 1:30.
Thank you for sticking around for so long, Lord.
No worries. I could have left any time. I didn't.
You're a real trooper.
My own fault.
Appreciate that.
But thank you, everybody, for watching. Hopefully you enjoyed. In terms of future stuff, Tuesdays, Thursdays, Saturdays, and Sundays, I believe Tuesday again, we are going to get back to Apollo Justice.
I hope so.
Fingers crossed on that front. please do give us a follow here on Twitch and a subscribe and all that YouTube stuff.
Like, subscribe, leave a comment down below, and please press that bell icon. Yo.
And otherwise, hopefully, we'll see you on Tuesday for some more lawyer shenanigans. Good night.
Good night.
Later.